Good evening, everybody. Good evening, members of the public. Welcome to the new Council House and the new chamber. I'm short in the seats, really low, so I apologise. I'll just have to lean forward. So the first item is to receive any apologies. Councillor Redfern. Councillor Winter. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, thank you. Item 2 is to receive declarations of interest. There are none. Item 3 is to approve the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 19th of December 2012. And that motion is that the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on 19th of December 2012 be approved as a correct record, confirmed and signed by the Mayor. Moved by the Mayor. Do I have a seconder? Thank you very much. So the announcements from me tonight, again, welcome. Thank you to all the officers that have worked really hard on the technology for making that happen. And I'm delighted to tell you that due to all that hard work, tonight's meeting will be webcast. So, hello Mum, we're on the telly. I'm also delighted to announce today was the first 2 of a series of workshops for Year 7 children and Year 5 children, part of a massive social experiment with children in Derby to teach them how to be 2%ers and not mood hoovers. So be afraid, be very afraid. I've also an announcement about the procedure for the budget debate, followed by an equality statement, so bear with me. I thought it would be helpful at this point to set out how I intend to manage the debate at item 8, which is the budget, and hope that you're reassured that I am using proven precedent from recent years. I will take the minutes of the Council Cabinet. I'll take them together for the purpose of the debate, and I intend to allow Councillors Bayliss, Hickson and Jones as group leaders to speak for more than 5 minutes in their response to Councillor Russell. Councillor Russell will begin with her budget speech, followed by Councillors Hickson and Jones. Thereafter, I'll take amendments for debate, and I believe that there are at least 3. After the final amendment, Councillor Russell will be the final speaker before each of the 6 Cabinet minutes, as amended, are put to the vote. Is that clear to everybody? Thank you. Madam
Mayor, could I formally request that I will be the last Labour speaker on the substantive amendment and motion to Council?
Does anybody have any objections to that? Okay, fine. So in relation to the debate, as our new monitoring officer, Janie Berry, and welcome Janie. Thank you. So Jane has prepared the following statement for me. I would like to remind members that as part of your decision making in respect of the budget setting, each of you should have due regard to the equality duty owed by the Council and the impact of your decisions on the differing needs and rights of the residents in Derby, some of whom may share a protected characteristic. Is that clear to everybody? No.
I think it'd be helpful to have that in plain English, because that's...
I think it's worded from a legal point of view, Councillor Hickson. Yeah, please.
Just to explain, it is to remind all members that the decisions that you're making may have an impact on differing groups of people who reside within the city of Derby. Some of those have what is legally known as protected characteristics, so that's issues such as race, religion, disability. And you've got to, as part of your decision making, bear in mind the impact of your decisions upon those groups who may be affected. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Janie. So the next bit on item 4, I'd like to introduce Edward to come and tell us our joke for the evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edward Dominichak. I am 10 years old and I attend Beaufort Primary School. I would like to tell you a joke. What did the inflatable teacher at the inflatable school say to the inflatable child holding the pin? You let me down, you let your friends down, you let your school down, but most of all, you let yourself down.
I have to say, I think that's one of the best we've had. OK, so item 5, to receive any statements from members of the Council Cabinet. Councillor Bayliss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and firstly apologies for missing the deadline this morning. It was entirely my error, and thank you for accommodating this statement. It's on HS2. While we as a council are delighted that the Secretary of State for Transport has published the consultation document on HS2 and welcome that there is an eastern leg serving Derby and Nottingham, it is hugely disappointing that the welcome progress of the HS2 proposals announced this week are tarnished by a questionable decision to locate the station serving Derby in Towton. Such high-speed rail developments as this will inevitably lead to significant economic and business benefits for the cities they serve. We are advocating that we maximise this opportunity to ensure those benefits reap the greatest possible reward. We know from high-speed rail experience in other countries that such developments lead to significant economic and business benefits for the cities that they serve. The choice of Towton is very disappointing because we had undertaken a detailed survey of the economic benefits to the Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire areas of the 3 station locations. This report was shared with Government and has been available publicly, and it shows that the 2 counties and the LEP will derive greater benefits from a station in Derby. This is in terms of job and wealth creation, sustainable transport and improved services for businesses travelling to and from London. The figures speak for themselves. In terms of economic benefit, a station in Derby would deliver £440 million of benefits for the D2N2 LEP and the potential for up to 12,000 jobs. Even in Nottingham, the economic benefit would be in the region of £410 million, although that option is not possible, and this point has been acknowledged in Nottingham too. Compare that to locating the station in Towton, the benefit figures drop by over £100 million to £330 million, and the number of jobs that will be created dramatically falls to, well, just over 600 jobs. It makes no sense. I did make exactly those points to the Secretary of State personally on the 14th of January. I want to make it absolutely clear that the City Council will be responding to the consultation and campaigning as a city and a council on HS2. We believe that the Government have got the East Midlands Station location wrong. The development of a new rail facility in the UK is of course of wider interest to Derby. We have a massive range of rail companies who would expect to gain work from such a significant government investment, whether it's building the rolling stock or supplying the signalling and support infrastructure. The Council will be working with our rail partners to ensure we generate opportunities and jobs for the City of Derby, both in terms of the station location and the rail infrastructure. I will be inviting everyone to join us in a Bombardier-type approach to support for this campaign. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bayliss. Do either Councillor Hickson or and Jones wish to respond?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The Conservative group certainly welcome the statement made by the Secretary of State that HS2 will be coming to near Derby. We don't place any qualification or reservation on the announcements that have been made. I think that even located in Towton, it's going to be a huge benefit to this city. And I think we should be celebrating that Nottingham didn't get it, because they were pressing hard for the station to be in Nottingham. And I think, you know, the nearest example is East Midlands Parkway, isn't it, the railway station there, which has turned out to be hugely successful and is used by a lot of people in Derby as a quick way of getting to and from London. And I think, you know, that Towton will, in due course, providing we've got the right links to it, be an appropriate location. So I welcome the statement. I welcome it even more that it was a Conservative Secretary of State that made it.
Thank you, Councillor Hickson. Councillor Jones, do you wish to respond?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I too, on behalf of this group, want to welcome this news. It's been a long time in coming, and I think the fact that we're debating where the station should be is a bit of a negative, as Councillor Hickson said. I accept what the leader said and his concerns, but on the other hand, if we get the infrastructure right and we put our money into a good tram link, then surely that's perhaps the next best thing to having it in Derby. That's been mooted in the paper this week, and I think that's an excellent idea. Let's get the infrastructure right. Let's welcome this. It will bring much-needed jobs to the city and the region. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Item 6. I do apologise. Councillor Rawson, you've a statement.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to begin with some positive news about the excellent achievement of one of our residents. Chantel Baker, herself one of 13 children, began volunteering at Lord Street Community Nursery School in June 2011. This was a big commitment for Chantel, a mother of 4, with 2 cleaning jobs, but she was excited by the opportunity and grasped it with both hands. Shortly after beginning her voluntary role, Chantel signed up to a childcare qualification, which she subsequently completed in the summer of 2012, and immediately set about self-funding the Level 3 qualification to continue her own development. The head teacher at the nursery school, Christine McCrone, was so inspired by Chantel's energy, enthusiasm and drive that she nominated her for Nursery Management Today Student Award. Having been shortlisted from 150 entries nationwide to make the final 5, Chantel was invited to attend an awards ceremony in London in December. I'm delighted to announce that Chantel won, with the judges citing her determination to overcome her many challenges to provide a better life for herself and her family. I'm sure members will join me in congratulating Chantel for this excellent achievement. But, Madam Mayor, that is not the only piece of good news that I have this evening. More than 30 Derby youngsters made up a quarter of a contingent of young people from across the UK to receive a royal invitation to St James's Palace for receipt of the Duke of Edinburgh's Gold Award. 18 of those young people attended the Council's own Darley Barn Open Award Unit, with the remainder attending various school-based units across the city. The Gold Award presentation is a celebration and recognition of the achievement of completing the Gold programme. These young people and the staff who have supported them in achieving their award deserve much praise, and their success, Madam Mayor, is worth sharing this evening. Finally, Madam Mayor, I must bring some sad news. Gilly Spencer worked as a volunteer at Stonehill Nursery School for 20 years. Gilly had Down syndrome and was most recently a resident at Chesapeake Residential Home. She was a well-known face at the nursery school, helping out with tidying and washing crockery. Earlier this month, Gilly died in hospital at the age of 51. She will be sorely missed by staff at Chesapeake and Stonehill Nursery School, and I'm sure members will join me in sending a wish of condolence to Gilly's family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rawson. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Conservative group would also like to join with Councillor Rawson in sending our condolences to Gilly's family and friends. We'd also like to say a big congratulations to Chantel, That's a fantastic achievement. And finally, Madam Mayor, to the Duke of Edinburgh Gold Award winners. I myself am an award winner, and I would like to say how brilliant and what a fantastic achievement it is. My only wish, Madam Mayor, would be that the media in this city recognise what an achievement it is and actually put those on the front pages instead of some yobbish behaviour on the front pages, because these young people deserve that recognition. It's extremely difficult to get your gold award, and they must be congratulated by everybody, including the media. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, and hear. Councillor Fay Winter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, obviously, the sad news regarding Gilly Spencer, so condolences to her family. But the achievement that Chantelle has got is we applaud, and as a group, a fantastic achievement. But our 30 Derby youngsters, for their gold awards, a most challenging consignment, but we applaud them all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 6 is to consider a petition. We're considering the petition because it received more than 4,000 signatures, and the petition is the reversal of the proposal to withdraw funding from Derbyshire Voice. So, Catherine Ingham to speak on that, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Mayor and members of the Council, I wish to formally present to the Council a petition on behalf of the members of Derbyshire Voice. This evening I wish to highlight 3 reasons why the proposal to withdraw funding should be overturned. These 3 reasons are all related to your duty and responsibility as a local authority to mental health patients. The first one that I want to focus on is your legal and statutory duty to people being assessed or detained under the Mental Health Act. As you may be aware, mental health is the only area of adult health care where a person can be held and treated against their will. The national trend is that sectioning under the Mental Health Act and community treatment orders are on the rise. People who have been detained most often have anger and resentment towards those that have actually initiated this and do not readily engage in service development or improvement. Derbyshire Voice did not exist until actually Derby City Council initiated the setting up of the organisation with health partners, specifically to support these people who were deemed as hard to reach and enable them to work together with people that you employ at the Council. We work closely with your approved mental health professionals to make improvements to practice and ensure that they are informed of patient opinion. Last year, you actually commissioned us, on top of our funding, to produce a report on your AMP service, the Approved Mental Health Professionals, and the results highlighted that the Council is not yet meeting all of its legal and statutory obligations, and improvements need to be made. We believe the work we do with you around the Mental Health Act is essential, and we wish to continue to work with you to make these improvements. The second aspect that I want to focus on is your responsibility for overview scrutiny, particularly around mental health service provision. It is a time of huge change in health and social care, and we anticipate as cuts have to be made, there will be a continued need for the Council to scrutinise these changes. Derbyshire Voice is the organisation that is used to consult mental health service receivers, and these people are directly affected by the service changes. We then would represent them at overview and scrutiny. Last year, or the year before last, we undertook a large consultation when psychotherapy services were about to be withdrawn by the PCT. We believe our findings were a significant part of the process and the outcome, where actually those services were not removed. Without the peer support that Derbyshire Voice offer, we do not believe that an independent viewpoint from patients would be attainable, and we believe we should continue to be funded to work with the Council in this area. My last issue around responsibility actually is 2 new responsibilities that the Council, you may be aware of, take on from April 2013. You will be taking on the responsibility for public health, and also you'll be commissioning an organisation called Health Watch. Derbyshire Voice have worked in partnership with Public Health for 10 years now, and we do not believe that this should cease just because the local authority now have responsibility for public health. Mental health service receivers have significantly lower physical health outcomes and on average die 10 years earlier than the rest of the population. Proactive education and prevention is essential if we are to continue to try to address this inequality. We do not believe it's beneficial to withdraw our support at this time of great change, when mental health issues in the city are on the rise and the Council have not yet established their responsibilities in this area. Regarding Health Watch, it has long been accepted that mental health service receivers need training and support to engage in consultation or involvement. When participating in generic public forums, our members report experiencing stigma and discrimination. Often they experience a worsening of their mental health symptoms. Health Watch in Derby have already stated they will form a network of networks and will not be funded for that specialist one-to-one support that we provide. If Derbyshire Voice funding is withdrawn, our members will be doubly disadvantaged, not part of a network and not being able to speak. We believe that as mental health patients are now recognised legally as disabled people, the Council has an obligation to ensure barriers to involvement are removed and this group is not disproportionately disadvantaged. Lastly, I would like to pose one question. How strong does public opinion need to be for you to overturn a proposal? The Brown Pin petition received 1,600 signatures. Your Derby City Council petition to government, 12,000. Derbyshire Voice, a very small, probably insignificant charity, received 4,200 signatures. For a small mental health charity, we believe this is significant, that there is very big, strong sense of opinion and strong public support, and we hope you'll consider this before you proceed to further consultation. Thank you.
I have to say, I don't think I've seen better timing on a speech. Thank you. I'm just going to explain what the procedure is going to be now. There will be a timed maximum 30-minute debate on the matter. Councillor Hussain will respond first, followed by any other speakers, so when they indicate, and Councillor Hussain will be the last speaker. He will sum up, and that will all be within the 30 minutes, and it is being timed. So, Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't for 1 minute question the work which Derbyshire Voice has been doing with people with mental health difficulties, and their contribution has been very significant over a number of years. But, Madam Mayor, can I at the very outset clarify mine and my group's position to be absolutely clear? This is not the budget we would have liked to present to Derby people, especially those who are infirm and in need of help. Despite our best efforts to protect those most at risk, we acknowledge that some vulnerable people will slip through the net because the net itself has been weakened by withdrawal of funding and the government-imposed cuts on us. Organisations like Derbyshire Voice have quite rightly drawn our attention to the impact these cuts are likely to have on the area where they have shown interest. I do not disagree with some of their worst anxieties and fears, but I have to say that the Council has been forced to take some unpleasant and unavoidable decisions. From the next year, we will have to risk assess each individual who appears to be in need. Where the risks are predictable, tangible, and imminent, we will do our best to reduce the risk of harm to them. Where the risks are unknown or less clear, we will not be able to offer a service. We are no longer in a position to offer block grants to organisations that we have previously funded, like Derbyshire Voice. As a consequence of this approach, we will have less money to invest in services that are more upstream or are described as preventative. I am afraid the service Derbyshire Voice is providing comes under prevention and is totally discretionary. Many knowledgeable people have approached me to tell me that we have taken too much from prevention services and that the care bill in future will rise. And I am not dismissive of that argument. But my main problem is, at the moment, how do I pay the care bill which I'm likely to get for next year? I have looked through Derby Voice's achievements for the year 2011, and in their account, they read as follows. Psychological therapy Tier 4 review, providing training for mental health professionals, ward visitors project, inpatient visits, supporting residents through changes. In my view, Derbyshire Voice should have a stronger case to put to mental health services to replace council funding, as the activities listed above fall closer to their area of responsibility. Derbyshire Voice also appears to be in a healthy financial position with reserves of over 100,000, which went up by 17,000 in the year 2011, £1,000 more than the loss of income which they may suffer as a result of withdrawal of our grant. The proposal contained within the budget papers will undergo a full 12-week consultation as part of the voluntary sector grant reduction process. The consultation shall commence in February 2013, and findings from the consultation, together with a full equality impact assessment, shall be reported to the Cabinet by September 2013. Before I conclude my contribution, I would like to remind this Chamber and people listening at home, the demand for care services is increasing year on year, and the available budget is on a downward trajectory. I do understand and I do accept some of the points which Derby Voice have actually made, because I am an approved social worker myself, and I do understand the vital work which they do in that respect. But once an approved worker has done the assessment, and if somebody has been committed on a mental health section into a hospital setting, then the responsibility for care of that person actually lies with mental health authorities or health services generally. It no longer remains the council's responsibility. We have done in the past what we could to give grants to the voluntary sector to strengthen their voice, but unfortunately I am now in a position where I have to protect those services which we have an obligation to provide. It gives me pain to recommend to you that we proceed with our budget proposal as set out in the budget documents and reject the petition.
Thank you. Councillor Webb's indicated.
Many organisations that will receive a reduced amount of funding during the coming years. But I think one of the few, if not the only one, that will receive 100% reduction in its funding. Derbyshire Voice is not profligate. It's got a group of trustees, 90% of whom are what's described as service receivers. It has an office staff of the equivalent of 3.5 full-time people. There's also not just the mental health issue here, but disability issues. And Derbyshire Voice actually speaks on behalf of deaf people. And as we know, here in Derby, we have one of the highest, if not the highest, number of deaf people within the community because of the services that we provide in Derby and the number of amazing people that are able to give sign language support. So the deaf community are actually being hit twice within this budget setting. According to the census in 2011, Derby has significantly higher mortality rates from suicide due to mental health than any other area in the country. And the two highest local authority areas are Lincoln and Derby City. So there is a case for the retention of the provision of this service. An interesting fact for you all: 1 in 3 of the population experience emotional distress and mental ill health. And with the Derby City suicide rates on the increase, as I've said, it's a unique service that provides experience-led feedback to the organisations that use the service that Derbyshire Voice provides. Assistant Police and Crime Commissioner will be interested, and I hope will be able to verify, that calls for service within the police force, 25% are mental ill health related. That was confirmed by the Chief Constable of Leicestershire last night, and he works across the East Midlands, and so that figure should be similar within Derby and Derbyshire. We've asked for a fair deal for Derby, and I'm asking for a fair deal for this particular charity and all the other charities across the city. This council has squandered the goodwill of councillors within this chamber on their Fair Deal for Derby campaign. They have squandered money on banners for that campaign. That money would be enough to keep the funding for Derbyshire Voice. I urge you to support this petition.
Thank you, Councillor Webb. Councillor Nater, you've indicated, but would you mind to keep things in some sort of order? Do you wish to respond, Councillor Dinser? No, okay. Councillor Nater.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, having worked in the disability sector for quite some time now, I came across Derbyshire Voice some 7-8 years ago when the ethnic minority mental health workers were being put into place. And the reason I came into that field was, Councillor Webb will be aware, and yourself, that I was doing actually a study on mental health issues and visual impairment. And that was part with the Derby City Council as well. In my opinion, the amount of money I think Derbyshire Voice are asking for, it's a well-respected charity, and I believe your board has used the lead as well. I do know that. I've visited your offices in the past. And they provide excellent service for, service users. So really, based in Ripley, they cover the whole of Derbyshire, providing services to people with mental health issues. It is reported that 1 in 4 people nowadays suffer through mental health. That's actually going to increase. I think this is, you can paint it anywhere you want. It's a Labour cut, blamed on the coalition. really, you know, organisations like that are providing an excellent service, and I think they should be supported. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nato. Does anybody else wish to respond? Councillor Skelton.
I just thought it's rather interesting, the points that were being made by the petitioner, especially in regard to protected characteristics. And as far as I know, well, certainly people who are not part of the Labour group have not had information about what is actually being done to in detail look at this issue. And I think it should be. It certainly hasn't come to Cabinet yet or anything like that, so we've not had a chance to scrutinise this. I think it might be coming to the next Cabinet, I'm not sure. But none of the voluntary sector grants have been actually come to Cabinet yet, or the list published as to who's going to lose exactly what. So making, in one sense, doing the budget now before those things have been done might be a little bit the wrong way round.
Thank you, Councillor Skelton. Does anybody else wish to respond before Councillor Hussain sums up? Okay, Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In fact, Councillor Webb got me a bit worried. I was beginning to wonder whether he actually understands what Derbyshire Voice do, because he started speaking at length about services to deaf people, and I thought, well, does he know that they actually work with people with mental health difficulties? Because he went on and on and on about what they do for deaf people. That is not their primary responsibility, although if they've got somebody who's got mental health problems and they're also deaf, then obviously they would work with them and do whatever they can. But, you know, all I can say is, Councillor Webb, hypocrisy of this nature is very rarely demonstrated in this chamber, the extent of it. Your government has cut our budgets, and they have actually forced us to focus our attention on the main cake. Unfortunately, in order for us to protect the main cake, which is the mainstream service provision, we've tried to protect the bulk. And actually, despite these straitened times and the hardship which we've suffered, we have protected direct service provision to our vulnerable people across board, be they people with mental health problems, be they older people, or people with learning disability or physical disabilities. We've not actually cut volumes, and that says something. Unfortunately, in the process, we've had to take money from the services which you could describe as discretionary or supplementary, and Derbyshire Voice does come under discretionary or a supplementary service. I do appreciate the contribution that they've had to make, but if you've got somebody who desperately needs help, or they're likely to come to serious harm, would you actually do something with them to protect them against harm immediately, or would you give it to somebody who may be gently working with them over a period of time? You've got to intervene, and that's why we've gone for protecting the volume that we are providing, because this is how we will be able to protect most vulnerable people from suffering any significant harm. Not an easy choice, but it's the one that we were forced to make, and I'm afraid we will have to live with that.
Could I ask your indulgence, please? During the last speaker, the petitioner was shaking her head. Had it been a member, she would have the right of explanation. I wonder if this council would be gracious enough to give her that right of explanation. The petitioner has the right. Yes, I would. The petitioner has the right to bring the petition, and they're the rules. And you should know that, quite frankly. Okay, what we need to do now is either accept, defeat, or amend what was put before us.
Yeah. Councillor Hussain has asked for it to be rejected, so I'll go forward on
Of rejecting it.
Well, you can have those in favour of supporting the petition if you want, and then those in favour of rejecting the petition. So
Are we best to go for rejecting because that was the last one? Okay, right. Thank you. I'm going to go slowly so that I get it right in my own head, if that's okay. So all of those in favour of accepting the proposal to reverse the petition, is everybody clear on what I'm asking? So, did somebody say no? Okay. The proposal is to withdraw. I'm going to start again. The petition is the reversal of the proposal to withdraw funding. So all of those in favour of the proposal to reverse. Okay, that's 23. And all of those not in favour. No, I'm not voting. No. That's 26. Okay, can we have some order now, please? Reminder, there are children watching, for an example. Okay, so item 7. Do I need to declare that the motion is defeated? Yes, thank you. Item 7 is to receive any questions, any written questions about the business or functions of the Derby Fire Authority and Derby Homes, and there are none. So item 8 is to consider minutes or reports from the Council Cabinet on the 23rd of January. And this is where we take them all together. Yeah. So, Councillor Russell to speak, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening. Good evening, fellow councillors and members of the public. Oh, God. Sorry, I'll just take a minute and start again in a moment.
For those members, those people in the gallery, somebody has gone out to check that the lady's okay. Councillor Russell, if you'd like to start again.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, this is the first budget to be set by a Labour-controlled council in Derby since 2008. It's a budget which shows the people of this city that Labour has stood by the manifesto on which it was elected. And it's a budget which clearly demonstrates that this administration leads rather than simply going through the motions. And it's a budget which makes the best of a very bad situation by focusing our limited resources where they'll make a difference to Derby. But let's not pretend for a moment that any of that is enough to make this the budget that we would have liked to have been setting tonight. Because, Madam Mayor, this is also a budget which has been constrained by the most merciless programme of cuts ever imposed on local government. Cuts which have forced councils like ours to prioritise services at the expense of others. Cuts which threaten to bring our society to its knees, as on the one hand hard-working families are forced into poverty, and on the other organisations like ours are choked to the funding that they need to support them. Cuts which this administration has not for a moment tried to hide. Instead, we fully engaged with the public and tried to make them understand from the outset the unenviable position in which this local authority finds itself. The Fair Deal for Derby campaign has done exactly that. This council resolved some months ago that it would support a campaign to tell the government that we wanted a fair deal for Derby. Let's think about those words for a moment, Madam Mayor, if I may. A fair deal for Derby. Isn't that something that everybody in this chamber should want, everybody in this city should want? Given the disparity in government funding and preferential treatment for some local authorities, you'd have certainly thought so. How fair can it be that cuts in Derby equate to around £75 per head, where in other, more affluent parts of the country, they equate to less than £10 per head? Out of the 55 unitary authorities in England, 39 of them got a better deal than Derby. So what qualifies Derby for a lower mid-table position when it comes to the distribution of cuts? You perhaps think the government would take into account social factors such as poverty or deprivation. You might wonder if the government should take into account housing demands, unemployment figures, or any of the other countless other factors which directly influence the pressure facing local authorities. Apparently, Madam Mayor, the main two factors the government considers when directing its cuts are distance from London and political control. Let's look at the facts. Is it any coincidence, I wonder, that of the 39 unitary authorities better off than Labour, 32 of them, that's 82%, are south of Derby? Is it any coincidence that of the 15 unitary authorities worse off than Derby, 14 of them, that's 93%, are either from the East Midlands or from further north? What about the fact that 11 out of 12 unitary authorities targeted most viciously by the government cuts are led by Labour, while the majority of those at the other end of the spectrum are Tory run? Possibly, worst of all, Madam Mayor, is this. While Derby City Council prepares for a cut to its spending power of 2.3% next year and a further 5% the year after, the picture is somewhat different in the leafy surroundings of West Oxfordshire, which also happens to be David Cameron's local authority area. In West Oxfordshire, they're preparing for a 1.1% increase in their spending power over the next 2 years, despite it being one of the richest parts of this country. It beggars belief, particularly as the Prime Minister was adamant in his assertion when he visited Derby earlier this month that we were getting a fair deal. Well, clearly, that is not the case. Yet apparently, Madam Mayor, a fair deal for Derby is something that the Tory and Lib Dem groups do not want. They made that abundantly clear when they withdrew their support for our Fair Deal for Derby campaign. Now, to some extent, we can understand Councillor Hickson's awkward predicament. After all, it can't have been very easy for a man of his experience, getting a stern telling off from Tory Central Office days after the Prime Minister visited our city. And let's face it, the Tories were never really that convincing when they told us they supported the campaign in the first place. They were forced into a corner because the figures spoke and still speak for themselves. And after the Derby Telegraph threw its weight behind the campaign, the Tories initially felt that they had no choice. In fact, my understanding, Madam Mayor, is not one of them, not a single one of them, actually signed the petition, even when they claimed to support it. I think that speaks for itself. They didn't want a fair deal for Derby, Madam Mayor, because like their friends in London, they believe in destroying public services. But what I don't understand is why Councillor Hickson isn't prepared to put his local area before David Cameron, and yet many of his other colleagues in other parts of the country are. No less than 31 senior Tory councillors from this country signed a letter to the Prime Minister warning him against cuts to local government. The Tories who signed that letter came from far and wide. Lincolnshire, Leicestershire, Kent, West and East Sussex, Warwickshire, Essex, Buckinghamshire, Wiltshire, Durham, and even Councillor Hickson's close ally from up the road, the leader of the Derbyshire Conservative group. So why not Councillor Hickson? Why not the Derby Conservative group? Why were they too scared to put this city before the Prime Minister, despite the unfair treatment that Derby has had? But the hopeless manner in which the Tories' alleged support crumbled is nothing compared to their allies on the other side of the chamber. Allow me to quote from Councillor Jones's email to the leader of the council explaining her decision to withdraw support from the Fair Deal for Derby campaign. She said, and I quote, "I took the opportunity to meet the Deputy Prime Minister, Nick Clegg, and Dom Foster, the Liberal Democrat Minister, to discuss the effects of the local government settlement." She goes on, "At the Liberal Democrat group meeting today, it was decided to give notice to our withdrawal from an ineffective campaign." Councillor Jones doesn't even pretend to be motivated by local issues or matters that affect Derby. She is basically saying she was contacted by the leader of her group nationally and she was told to withdraw her support. Madam Mayor, I ask the Liberal Democrats, hiding in the back there.
Can I have some order, please? Continue, Councillor Russell, please.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Councillor Skelton, I have just this second asked for order. Councillor Russell, if you'd like to continue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I ask the Liberal Democrats again, hiding in the back there out of public view, have you got no shame? You were elected by the people of this city. You have a duty to the people of this city, and you have abdicated that responsibility. You should have loyalty to the people of this city. Do you seriously think that Nick Clegg and Dom Foster objecting to the Fair Deal for Derby campaign is reason enough for you to withdraw your support? Because I certainly don't think so. It's disgraceful, Madam Mayor. The Liberal Democrats talk about an ineffective campaign, but the Fair Deal for Derby campaign has been anything but. Is that their message to the 12,000 Derby residents who signed the petition? I certainly wouldn't describe a campaign as ineffective when it reaches far enough to prompt the personal intervention of both the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister. Far from it. The people of this city should be proud that they stood up and were counted. I'm proud that the Labour administration is standing up for Derby people, and I would be thoroughly ashamed to be saying anything else. It's precisely because of the effectiveness of the Fair Deal for Derby campaign that the Tories and Lib Dems have withdrawn their support. They know that an ongoing and united cross-party front would continue to expose the disgraceful way in which their leaders in Westminster have treated the people of this city. They know that their leaders in London have absolutely no credible arguments to justify treating Derby people less favourably than those in Tory strongholds. And so it's an absolute travesty that the 23 Tory and Lib Dem members on this council have got the gall to pretend that they're K1 iota about the people of this city. They have shown where their loyalties lie, Madam Mayor, and they can be sure that the betrayal of the people who elected them will not be forgotten. Madam Mayor, not only has this budget been grotesquely unfair in taking away many more pounds from Derby people than other more affluent parts of the country, but the government has also been incredibly underhand. Very experienced officers from this authority have highlighted how this has been the most complex set of data they have ever used to calculate a budget. This government talks about localism and empowerment, yet it rides roughshod over localism, instead forcing councils into impossible funding positions and attempts to disguise the true impact of its reforms with accounting tricks. Take the changes to the council tax benefit scheme, for example. This scheme forces families on the lowest incomes to lose benefits they rely on, while delivering an unwelcome double whammy by also reducing our council tax base. That's contributed to a significant devaluation of council tax income for this authority. For years we've presumed that a 1% increase equates to £800,000. Now it's more like £600,000. That's yet another cut that this council can ill afford. But that's far from being the only area in which the government have tried to fool the public. The apparently generous offer of a grant in return for freezing council tax is nothing more than a calculated political move. If we don't take the grant, they will criticise us. If we take the grant, we embark on a road of financial mismanagement. The leader described taking the grant out as a payday loan, and he was right. If we take the grant, we leave a gaping financial hole in our budget which will have to be plugged in later years by further council tax rises. And Madam Mayor, that is something that we are not prepared to do. It would be leading the council towards financial ruin, which will only play into the hands of the Tory-led government's desire to crush public services once and for all. Over the last few years, we've seen too many budgets which have been driven from the centre without paying heed to the needs of Derby. Let's not forget, during that 2 years when the Lib Dems had control of the council, the Tories had yet to implement their vicious programme of cuts. So what exactly did the Lib Dems achieve in their 2 years of control? What did the Tories achieve? The sad truth is, there's no legacy worth mentioning from those 4 wasted years. Madam Mayor, even in the difficult circumstances in which we find ourselves, this administration remains committed to delivering against its promises. This budget demonstrates how a Labour Council can deliver positive change and hope for the future. Take the council mortgage scheme that we've committed to. In fact, Madam Mayor, this proposal was put before this council when Labour was in opposition 3 years ago. On that particular night, it was mocked as unworkable by the Tories and Lib Dems, but within months other councils were proving it was possible. Well, now we can demonstrate first-hand how it can work in Derby too. We've changed our Treasury management to allow investment in local people with the introduction of our local authority mortgage scheme. This £1 million fund will help first-time buyers purchasing properties to secure a 95% mortgage on the more favourable terms of a 75% mortgage. Not only that, but the 20% deposit contribution we will make will actually generate interest that will contribute to the council's revenue stream. But the best part about it is making our money work harder for us without actually having any effect whatsoever on our overall budget or service delivery. But it's not just aspiring families desperate to get onto the property ladder that we're committed to helping. Under this Labour administration, I'm very proud to say Derby City Council will be a living wage employer, meaning our lowest paid staff will be guaranteed a salary in line with the cost of living. This Labour administration cares about its employees, a sentiment we know isn't shared by the Tories or Liberal Democrats. I was in the public gallery, Madam Mayor, when the Tories, backed by their ever-willing lapdogs, the Liberal Democrats, shamefully scrapped the essential core usage allowance for our lowest paid workers. It was made clear that night that they have no regard for the council staff who work so hard to deliver the services that the people of this city rely on. Well, we do, and this budget provides unequivocal proof of that. As part of this budget, we're also investing in neighbourhood working. This is a reaffirmation of the Labour Group's commitment to true localism, a concept which appears to be lost on this government and the opposition members in this chamber. After the introduction of neighbourhood boards and forums in 2006 by a previous Labour administration, this further investment demonstrates our belief that communities should be at the heart of decision making. This is about saying to Derby people, you will decide how funding is spent in your area. It's also about saying we will prioritise things that matter to you, which is why we've allocated funding in our budget for the introduction of new neighbourhood workers who work on the front line with our residents on a daily basis. Elsewhere, Madam Mayor, we've reversed the decision of the previous administration to cut staffing in Derby Advice for a third year in a row. Demand for our advocacy and advice services will only rise as a result of the government's shameful 1% benefit cap, which is in fact a real terms cut. The Derby Advice Service will be vital in supporting the poorest families in our communities as they account the cost of the government's new universal credit. The Chartered Institute of Housing estimates that 400,000 families in England alone will be forced into poverty because of these measures. But this is just one example, Madam Mayor, of how we've had to reverse previous decisions and policies in order to help the people in Derby. In opposition, this Labour group campaigned against the closure of children's centres and care homes. These were facilities for which the Tories and Liberals showed no regard. We got the Tories and Lib Dems to reverse these damaging proposals in opposition and have continued to protect them now we've taken control. This is a clear demonstration of how Labour can be effective in opposition and deliver as an administration. When Labour took control of the council last May, we were faced immediately with a big decision on the city's capital programme, the multi-use sports arena. As it transpired, the decision could have been taken some months earlier, but for whatever reason the previous administration opted not to make it. Perhaps they thought they were playing a clever game of political chess by forcing us to make the choice quickly and rashly without reflection on the situation. We weren't going to do that. We had a duty to the people of this city to carefully assess all the evidence. After careful consideration of the facts, this administration showed it had the courage the last one did not, when we signed off on a deal to build an iconic multi-use sports arena in our city. With innovation and forward thinking, we have brought to fruition the arena with a large gym, sports hall, 5,000 concert seater venue and Britain's 5th velodrome. This will not only be...
Do you want to stop for a second, Councillor Russell? Can we have some order, please? Sorry, Councillor Holmes, I missed that. Oh, not you two again. Order, please. Can I have some order? Councillor Russell, would you continue, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This will not only be a huge sporting accolade for Derby, but will also stimulate our local economy by creating jobs and growth. It was important for us to pick up the slack that the national government is clearly not dealing with in stimulating the economy and creating jobs. The £54 million leisure strategy will also see the creation of a 50-metre Olympic-sized swimming pool, another draw to attract athletes to the city and develop our own talent locally, building on the success of the 2012 Olympic Games. But that is not the only area of capital investment we are making to improve services in the city. The government-funded Building Schools for the Future programme promised to regenerate school buildings nationally to give children the best facilities in which to thrive. It must have sounded far too much like giving people a hand up to the Tories and was one of the first things to go nationally without a whimper of objection from the Lib Dems. Well, Labour does believe in improving Derby's schools. That's why we've set aside £36.5 million in the Primary Capital programme to do just that. And we're also investing in our housing stock. Britain is going through the worst housing crisis in a generation. Labour's proposed response nationally has been to generate £2 billion through a bank bonuses tax, allowing the building of 25,000 more affordable homes, creating 100,000 jobs and kick-starting our economy. The government's solution is quite interesting. They're changing the planning laws to make it easier for people to build conservatories. I'm sure those lucky enough to have the funds and space for a conservatory will be delighted, but I'm not convinced the building work generated will be quite enough to kick-start our economy. This administration is committed to housing. Our £36.5 million housing programme is proof of that. As well as retaining the decent home standard that the last government put in place, we will invest in facilities grants, in repairs and in supporting the delivery of more affordable housing in this city. But there can be no question, Madam Mayor, that there are further challenges ahead of us and further obstacles to overcome. We're halfway through this government's term of office, and the bleak reality is that there is no sign of things getting any better. David Cameron and his Tories remain committed to imposing their ideological experiment on the country, while the ineptitude and incompetence of Nick Clegg and the Liberal Democrats make them complicit partners in crime. The end of last year marked the 70th anniversary of the Beveridge Report, which laid the foundations of the welfare state. I'm sure that Beveridge and his colleagues never imagined that 7 decades after its inception, the welfare state would suffer such a draconian and ideologically driven attack as we've witnessed. Poverty is increasing, the NHS is under attack, education is being undermined, more people are living in squalid housing and long-term unemployment is on the rise. Beveridge must be turning in his grave at the way his legacy to decency is being savaged. Madam Mayor, the welfare reforms that this government's imposing on the nation go beyond Tory nastiness. They're a cruel and savage attack which is creating legislation to use against people in society least equipped to defend themselves. Look no further than the council tax support scheme for proof of that. It's a damning indictment of this government that once again councils like ours are being forced to come up with the least worst option as they try to make us do their dirty work. Then there's a government bedroom tax. This will see swathes of Derby residents no longer able to live in their own homes. How can that be right? Uncaring Tory ministers have doggedly pursued this policy despite widespread criticism and 2 defeats in the House of Lords. Once again, councils like ours will be left to pick up the pieces. Labour-run councils cleaning up a mess left behind by a Tory-run government. It's a familiar story. And let us not forget, Madam Mayor, the timing of these welfare reforms, which will unfold so painfully on our doorstep and on the doorstep of so many other councils in England. These changes will take effect on the very same day that the government effects its one and only high-profile tax cut. And what is that tax cut? Anyone earning over £150,000 per year will pay less income tax. How can that be right? While people in Derby struggle to put bread on the table, this government hands out a tax cut to footballers, celebrities, city bankers and managing directors. Madam Mayor, I don't know about you, but I think that's disgusting. I sat in the public gallery 4 years ago when the Liberal Democrats set their first budget during the lamentable 2 years which they were responsible for this council. I can vividly remember the scene as Labour councillors prepared to present alternative proposals. Alternative proposals that had been properly costed and agreed as viable by finance officers and which sought to focus support towards the people who needed it most. I also remember how those proposals, including a council mortgage scheme, were not even debated because Councillor Hickson and Jones had already sealed their plan for a botched budget. I recall how the Lib Dems dutifully toed the Tory line and were described as sheep that night. I'm pleased to see the flock is certainly a lot smaller since then. But we will not be so dismissive of any proposals these 2 groups have tonight. We've listened to people's views throughout the consultation process. We want to hear people's views and we're open to them. We have listened to the views of residents and we will continue to listen and continue to consult. For example, we've received letters from individuals and organisations concerned about the cuts to carer services and linked to the consultation and equalities impact assessments. We can assure anyone here or watching on the webcast tonight that a further 12-week consultations and full equality impact assessments will be carried out on any proposals requiring it. We have listened to the response from Derby residents on the consultation and have, where possible, made a number of changes to reflect their feedback. These include retaining the Sexual Abuse Unit service, which, as we have heard, is important to the people of this city. And to do this, we are aiming to make the service income generating by next year. We have exempted those who receive higher rate mobility from the proposals to charge for blue badge holders for car parking. We have retained £10,000 to finance indemnity insurance, as well as training and support for the volunteers of Derby Wild, so they can continue to carry out the excellent and valued work they do as part of that programme. From the outset, we've invited the other two groups to bring forward their proposals for proper consideration. If there are any here tonight, they will be considered. What we'll not consider is half-baked, politically motivated amendments which make no attempt to secure a legal and balanced budget, and we won't countenance any attempts to simply throw a spanner in the works. Thanks to their government, Madam Mayor, there's no give in this budget. If they want to tell us what they want to bring in, then they'll need to tell us what they want to take out. Because what we have before us, Madam Mayor, is a budget which this administration has worked tirelessly to bring before Council tonight. The process has not been an easy one, and I'm only sorry, genuinely sorry to the people of Derby that we are not in a financial position to be able to give them the budget they want and deserve. Nonetheless, it's a budget that brings the best out of a bad situation, and it's a budget too heavily tainted by the vicious cuts of this government for me to take pride in. But I can and I do take pride in the fact that this administration has ever put Derby people and Derby services first. But then that's a familiar story. Let's not forget, Madam Mayor, that the people of this city voted for a Labour administration a full year before they got one. It was only the grubby little deal between Councillors Hickson and Jones, the most unlikely marriage of convenience, that prevented democracy taking its course back in 2011. But no amount of behind-the-scenes double-dealing could overturn the overwhelming strength of public opinion at the last local elections. This Labour administration now has a clear mandate to lead this city. But unlike the Liberal Democrats and Conservatives, who never had a mandate, we will devote ourselves to serving the people of this city. And this budget has been guided by that principle. We've not been able to set the budget that we wanted tonight, but we've left no stone unturned to minimise the impact on our city of the government's ideologically driven cuts agenda. We've incorporated innovative plans to maintain the Council's public service ethos. We've allocated resources to generate local jobs and growth. We've set out our proposals to tackle poverty pay. We've put in place mechanisms that will enable local people to determine Council priorities in different parts of the city. And we'll continue fighting for a fair deal for Derby people, because Labour is the only political party that's prepared to stand up for Derby. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Who wishes to speak on this debate, please? No one. You wish to speak?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Russell, for that Chris Williamson production. It's fascinating. It's fascinating, isn't it, to hear Councillor Russell waxing lyrical about the problems of Derby and not having bread on the table. This is somebody who never had a proper job, went from university to cabinet member without passing go, and can't possibly understand, and can't possibly...
Councillor Hickson, if you stop for a second, because I can't hear what you're saying, so if you want to start again.
This is somebody who went from university to cabinet member without passing go, and who can't possibly understand what the people in this city go through. She's got no comprehension of the history of the people who live in this city, because she's never lived in it. She's only recently come to it, so I don't think we need any lessons from Councillor Russell about what the citizens of this city want. So moving on then to the budget, and I want to outline the Conservative approach to the budget before us this evening, the local government settlement that underpins it, and why this budget is a lost opportunity, both for this council and for the people in this city. Now, all we've heard from the Labour group in the run-up to this budget is why it's always someone else's fault, why it's always someone else who's responsible for the contents of this budget, that Labour have somehow magically got no choices in the cuts that they propose, and that this budget is somehow forced on them by an unfair settlement and by central government. And of course, all this is a complete travesty of the truth. Labour remain in denial about the financial crisis nationally, which they created, and now want to blame others for the actions that now need to be taken to address the national deficit, which their mismanagement allowed to get completely out of control. Now, let me begin by saying that every bit of the public sector needs to do their bit to pay off Labour's deficit, including local government, and Derby is no exception. Councils in this country account for a quarter of all public spending. And that's why councils like Derby need to keep a clear focus on cutting waste, making sensible savings and protecting frontline services and, more importantly, keeping council tax down. There is still significant potential across local government and this council in particular to make further savings of taxpayers' money. Now, much has been said about the local government finance settlement, that somehow it discriminates against Derby, that it's not fair to all parts of the country. But actually, this isn't the absolute truth. The settlement is more complex than Labour would have the public believe, and has to take account of more than just the allocation of money per head. Councils take many varying guises. They may be rural or urban, they may be in the north or the south, metropolitan or shire, or in the case of Derby, unitary, within a city complexities as well as outer-city suburban issues. And overall, the average spending reduction for councils, which is the best financial measure, levels out at about 1.7%. But as always, it just suits Labour to play the politics of division by trying to play one part of the country off against the other, comparing Derby with southern counties, which is clearly absurd. It's a convenient diversionary tactic for the Labour administration, but doesn't alter the fact that the budget that is being proposed for Derby is a result of local Labour political choices and not government diktat. And I'll come back to that point later. In December, the government set out its provisional funding settlement for English local authorities, and that settlement gives councils an average spending power of £2,240 per household. And in addition, local authorities have been protected from further spending cuts in the 2013-14 tax year. So overall, my assessment of the average spending power reduction for councils next year shows this to be limited to about 1.7%, much less than last year's comparable figure of 3.3%. And that figure should easily be achievable if, and it's a big if, we had a cabinet who were able to exercise good and prudent fiscal management. Now, the local government secretary, Eric Pickles, has also spelt out 50 sensible savings that councils should be making, many of which ought to and need to be considered within this council, and which would, if implemented, achieve even more savings. And the public also have a right to know why council tax needs to go up when the government is setting aside an extra £450 million over the next 2 years to help councils in England to freeze their council tax. This Conservative group used that mechanism effectively over the last 2 years, and it should have been perfectly possible to achieve it again in the forthcoming year. Indeed, if we'd remained in control, there would be no council tax increase this year. And council tax is about real money. And a third year's combined council tax freeze, if it had been implemented, would have been worth potentially up to £227 a year to people living in Band D homes. Now, as a result of the Localism Act of 2011, capping as a concept disappeared, replaced by a mechanism whereby councils, if they choose to increase their council tax in this year by more than 2%, will have to put that rise to local people in a referendum. And I have to say, that's a concept that this political group, the Conservative group, wholly and fully support. In my view, it's totally dishonest to formulate a budget like this, which would generate the maximum increase permissible at 1.99%, without a referendum, but then introduce a stealth tax by increasing charges on brown bins, which in real terms, if that was added into the equation, masks something like a 5% increase in council tax. But the brown bin tax is exposed for what it is, a smokes and mirrors device to mug the electorate and to damage forever the public's willingness to recycle. And my colleague, the Shadow Cabinet member, will come back to that issue later. But in my view, it's absolutely right that government should be reforming local government finance. I'm absolutely committed to councils like Derby getting more autonomy and independence. But with that power comes responsibility. Councils such as Derby need to be reformed. Local government needs to be incentivised. Derby needs to promote local growth, and it needs to become less reliant on central government funding. Now, I've said in this chamber many times that the system for distributing money by government is flawed. It was flawed in 1987, Councillor Russell, when you were still at school, and when I was first elected, and it remains so now. Few people understand how it works, and the last Labour government made matters even worse by making things even more opaque. The net result is a system which encourages a begging bowl mentality, with councils competing with each other to appear to be more deprived. And that's not the way this or any other council should be behaving. I hope that this year's settlement sees the beginning of a new look settlement, a fundamental change from the old begging bowl system, where councils that strive to do better will find themselves rewarded with increased revenue. And therein lies the challenge, I think, for this Labour administration, as it demonstrates little ability in either striving or innovation. In future, government will also allow councils to keep the funds they raise locally from business rates, and that's good news for us, as it will reward us if we promote and encourage local economic growth. We'll keep the funds from locally raised business rates rather than them being snatched back by Whitehall, and I think that's something to be welcomed. So these reforms give councils like Derby a direct financial incentive to promote local economic growth, and that's where we now need to concentrate. And it'll also give this council the freedom to borrow against business rates, which, if used wisely, could bring huge benefits to this city. Now, the Local Government Finance Act of 2012, which I considered carefully, in there will also be allowed to borrow against those extra business rates from additional new developments and infrastructure. And the New Homes Bonus should incentivise councils like ours to encourage development, and that will be a powerful, simple and transparent incentive for encouraging housing growth in this city. So nothing there for us to fear, I think, in terms of housing growth. And the future isn't the doom and gloom that Labour tell us at every turn. But the result of all of the reforms that I've talked about this evening so far will mean that an estimated 70% of local authority income should now be capable of being raised locally, compared to about 56% under the old system. And certainly I and my group fully support that change. Now, much has been made about the Conservative decision to withdraw from the Fairer Funding for Derby campaign. So let me first of all nail a few myths about that. Those who think or believe that our withdrawal from that campaign was to do with government or David Cameron's visit to Derby are deluded. It did make for a good soundbite, and in your situation, I may well have said the same myself. But anybody who seriously knows me and the stance that I've taken as leader of this group and formerly as leader of the council can have little doubt that I would not respond to such pressure, even if it had been applied, which it was not. The reason that we withdrew from that campaign was because it had been hijacked to become a politically motivated vendetta by Labour against the government, because its underlying premise on examination was flawed, and because it was being used as a smokescreen for this disastrous Labour budget that we've got before us this evening. Proposals in this budget will decimate local services, they'll put the vulnerable at considerable risk, they'll damage recycling and the environment, and I think, more importantly of all for me, they'll make this city a place where people don't want to live and where employers don't want to invest. And it's all unnecessary. And we'll demonstrate that shortly with sensible amendments to mitigate this disaster of a budget. The settlement overall, if you look at it in the round and you don't look at narrow, partisan, sectional bits of it, is fair in that it does protect authorities that are most dependent on government funding. Could the funding formula be improved? Yes, of course it could. But that will be done by negotiation. It will be done by discussion. It will be done by agreement. It won't be achieved by putting banners on lampposts, yelling at the public via the Ram in Derby and signing petitions. So as far as I can see, protections for those councils like Derby, who are most dependent on central government funding, have been maintained. The process of allocation has altered, but vulnerable councils, where they exist, are given even more weight in the funding process. And there are similar protections in place for fire and rescue authorities, which also raises the question about why the Derbyshire Police and Crime Commissioner is equally going to suggest an increase in the council tax precept. There's a safety net to help ensure council services are not impacted by volatility in business rates, and the efficiency support grant means that no council will see a reduction of more than 8.8% in overall spending power, thanks to a grant which will help councils share services and deliver efficiency savings, something not addressed in this budget at all. The council needs to get on and improve the local economy. The Labour administration in control needs to look at the bigger picture. It needs to do what it is elected to do. It needs to forward plan. It needs to have a vision. And for once and for all, it needs to set aside pointless political bickering in the long-term interests of this city. As responsible councillors, we need to challenge officers to deliver savings, and we need to improve ways that local taxpayers can challenge us as to how we've delivered those savings. And there are still huge savings to be made. Some are small and easy to deliver, and some are very big and may take slightly longer to introduce. And some of those might include merging back office functions, like the very successful three-borough initiative in London, which could save Derby a fortune potentially, by cutting procurement fraud, which costs taxpayers a lot of money each and every year, by using reserves more creatively, and, of course, by better property management. It's interesting that Councillor Russell talks about legacy issues, isn't it, in her speech? So, better property management, something that the Conservatives started when it was in power, and which was fiercely opposed by Labour. Even now, as we sit in a building that will save local taxpayers a fortune, Labour are still divided on whether it was a good idea. And Councillor Russell may well want to ponder on the legacy issues in due course when she's swimming in the swimming pool, if she can swim, that we put in the capital budget, or if she's cycling in the velodrome that we put in the capital budget, and which they dearly wanted to cancel. Because the bottom line for Labour groups in this city and across the country is to make life as miserable as possible for the people who live in it. Now, the controlling group in this city really do need to get a grip. In Derby, I'm proud that council tax was frozen for 2 years. It could have easily been frozen for a third year if there'd been the political will to do so. It's certainly what we would have done if we'd remained in office. If Labour's view of the mood in Derby is right, and that the people of Derby don't support any reduction in services, then at least have the honesty to put up a budget that reflects that belief. Levy an appropriate charge and put it to a referendum, and let's see what the public say about it. But of course, you haven't got the courage to do that, because you know probably what the answer might be. And I don't exempt members from leading the way in making savings. I think it's absolutely right that governments have brought forward proposals to scrap taxpayer-funded pensions for councillors, which was another failed and expensive Labour policy. Why on earth should the taxpayer fund pensions for local councillors? Every bit of the public sector needs to do their bit to pay off Labour's deficit, and these pension changes nationally will save £7 million a year of taxpayers' money. Now, I very firmly believe, and so does my group, that councillors are civic volunteers undertaking public service. They are not, never should be, and never ought to be state employees of the council, wholly dependent on the municipal payroll. And that's what, for some councillors, this job has become. We need to strengthen the integrity and independence of councillors, And local councils need to get back to what they're here for, to be local champions of the people, standing up for the best interests of taxpayers, not protecting the town hall state. We also spend a lot of time and money on statutory consultation with the public. What a waste of time that was this year. We spent all that money, all that effort, listening to all the objections raised by public and special interest groups, and on the whole it's all been ignored. So the public are quite justified, I think, in asking, what is the point? Why should we get involved? Why should we participate in public consultation if actually, for all of the important points, like the petition that we had this evening, are going to be dismissed out of hand and ignored anyway? Labour opposed our council tax freeze when we applied it for 2 years, and Labour continues to oppose the council tax freeze by refusing the grant that's on the table for this year. That's because they've got no comprehension about how real people working on a family budget and struggling with incomes live. It's because
Councillor Hickson, can I just stop you for a second? Can I just make it clear that at the back of the room we've got somebody here on work experience? And in any other world of work, if they came out with involuntary remarks which they couldn't control, they would probably be disciplined. So I would ask you to set a good example, please. Please continue.
Labour opposed the council tax freeze while we were in office and continues to oppose the council tax freeze by refusing the grant. And the reason they do that is simple. It's because they've got no understanding of people in the world of work. They've got no understanding of people on fixed incomes. Their only understanding is people who are on council tax benefit and income support. And it's there where their main focus lies. And it's absolutely right that the government should bring forward proposals that people who are on council tax benefit should make some contribution towards council tax, because otherwise they're completely disenfranchised and disempowered from the democratic process that applies in this council. Because what interest would somebody on 100% council tax benefit have in voting? It doesn't matter to them, does it? Because whatever the spending decisions of the party in power, it's never going to affect them because they're on 100% benefit. So it's absolutely right that they should be enfranchised in the political process. The costs of local government inspection and central government monitoring soared under Labour, and they did nothing in office when they were in government to try and reform local government finance. All they did was double council tax. There's a long history of failed Labour initiatives to look at local government finance, and you would have thought, with all the years that they were in government, that they actually would have got to grip and sorted this out. They did publish a local government finance green paper in 2000, and then they published a white paper in 2001. They then commissioned and binned a balance of funding report in 2004. And then they commissioned another local government finance review by Sir Michael Lyons. And then, because they didn't like the answer of that, they extended the inquiry. And when it finally reported in 2007, they didn't even bother to issue a formal response. And finally, the 2010 Labour Party manifesto pledged yet another commission into local government finance. For goodness sake, how many local government commissions and inquiries into local government finance do you need before you actually make a decision and do something about it? But that's typical of the Labour approach. It's about delay, it's about obfuscation, it's about never actually getting to grips with the issues in hand. So councils must keep doing their bit to tackle the inherited budget deficit because, as I've said, councils account for a quarter of all public spending. Derby City Council needs to look at every single one of the 50 ways to save money that are in Eric Pickles' report, and it needs to generate further savings to protect frontline services. This year's settlement reduces council's average spending power by much less than the previous 2 years. It's absolutely vital, in my view and my group's view, that we protect the most vulnerable local residents in these times of need. And cutting frontline services, as you propose, when there is an alternative, is not the way to go about that. Labour councils should follow the example set by Conservative councils across the country by driving out waste, sharing services and reining in senior pay before resorting to frontline cuts. If Labour had approached this budget with the principles I've outlined in this speech, and if they support the amendments that we're about to table, then we wouldn't have this shambles of a budget, which I note, Councillor Bayliss, you're only proposing but not recommending this evening. In fact, I believe that you've described the budget as short-sighted. Though I may be wrong. You'll perhaps come back to that point in due course. However, the Conservative group are prepared and are able to help you put some semblance of order into this budget, and my colleagues will now move amendments which will help you, because clearly it's help that you need, to provide a viable budget which will protect the most vulnerable in our community and will give a balanced budget for this city moving forward. My fear is that if we don't amend this budget, it will irreparably damage this city. It will kill off our hard-won reputation as a top-performing council, and it will ruin and destroy forever our credibility with the public. So, Madam Mayor, there is an alternative, and that alternative will be put to Council in amendments made by my Shadow Cabinet members in due course.
Thank you, Councillor Hickson. Councillor Jones, but I just want to make one thing clear. We are discussing very, very serious business here tonight, and if we have any more time wasting with the outbursts, I will stop the meeting. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As in all years, this budget debate is by its very nature a discussion of the Labour administration's budget proposals. Not that Councillor Russell paid much heed to this, most of hers was party political point scoring. This is a budget set by the Labour administration, and in it, it shows its choices. It chooses how to tax, what to borrow, what to spend, what to cut. It is therefore very different to any budget that a Liberal Democrat-led administration would put forward. The first choice the Labour administration had, to my view, was to make or decide whether to accept the freeze grant from central government or to put up council tax. They chose to put up council tax. They told you that the grant from government is like a payday loan. We've heard that tonight. This implies that it's a payment with interest that needs repaying. It is not a loan which needs repayment. There is no interest to repay. It is a grant for 2 years to help councils cut back their base budget, or to put it another way, to help councils make changes to their budget. The grant is more like having an insurance payout to cover loss of income due to unforeseen events, not a payday loan. This Labour-led council could have chosen to help you, the public out there, by not increasing the council tax. Indeed, some councils across this land have used the grant to cut their council tax bills, whereas ours is in fact increasing the. Madam Mayor, last year Liberal Democrats predicted that council tax would rise under Labour control. The last time Labour were in control of this council, council tax went up by 5%, 4%. No, actually, under the Lib Dem administration, we cut council tax back. It is a Labour philosophy to tax and spend. This budget before us this evening supports that philosophy. We see a budget before us set on the basis that there will be a 1.55% rise in tax.
Councillor Jones, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I've just had somebody indicate from the gallery they can't hear you. Can you speak up for me?
Sorry, I've got a bit closer to the microphone. It's probably no coincidence that up and down this land, Labour-controlled councils are putting up council tax as instructed by the London Mandarins. They are then told to bleat that it's all that horrid national government's fault. You've heard this tonight. In fact, you've been hearing it for weeks. Do the Labour Party think we've all forgotten why national government has had to cut back? Madam Mayor, the austerity we face is because of the 12 years of Labour mismanaging our economy, leaving our country in debt. They'd borrowed more than we could afford, and we all know that debts eventually need repaying. The credit runs out. Labour bosses know that in London, and even their national leader has now agreed that we are in austere times. And there are very strong rumours that had they remained in control, the cuts to government, from government to ourselves as local government would have been severe. They would like us to forget that. They'd like us to forget that we need to make savings to help our own economies recover. Liberal Democrats would have saved the money, just as we did when we were in administration last year. We would have taken the grant from government and frozen council tax. Whilst on the subject of grants rejected by the Labour-controlled council, Councillor Russell announced yesterday in the Derby Telegraph that she had rejected the voluntary transition grant. A bit of a mouthful, I know, but this has had a twofold effect on creating yet another financial hole in this year's budget and causing the poorest 12,000 people in Derby a 20% increase in council tax payments. Labour are causing hardship to the poorest in society, the very group that they claim, that's Labour, claim to protect. If this grant had been taken, the effect would have been for perhaps only an 8 or 10% hike, not the massive 20% faced by Derby's citizens. This grant has again been used by many councils up and down the country to lessen the impact of austerity, which is exactly why the government provided it in the first place. Why haven't we claimed it here in Derby? Labour's Councillor Russell has chosen a different route. It is the Labour group's choice, after all. This was just because, perhaps, it was a grant from central government of a different colour. Labour, I fear, are hitting the poorest in this area hardest. They're costing you money. Don't forget, it is their budget. It is not my budget, it is a Labour budget. When starting to study this budget in detail, it's become clear to me that hidden away in both the revenue and capital budgets are millions of pounds. For instance, £1 million revenue saving in 12-13 from schemes not started. That's money that could have been used to bridge the revenue gap to avoid some of the cuts Labour are choosing to impose here in Derby. Another £2 million I found of new borrowing for new projects, which is another hit on the revenue budget. If you borrow in the capital budget, you've got to pay for it in the revenue budget. Why have they decided to do this, and what have they decided to do with this extra money? One thing is an improvement to Alveston District Centre. Lo and behold, over the time of the proposal costing £2.2 million. Is this really necessary or a priority? Can't it wait in these times of austerity? In Labour's view, Alveston is a priority. It just happens to be Councillor Bayliss, the Labour leader's ward. He must be worried about the safety of his seat. You may laugh. Madam Mayor, this money could have been used to lessen the cuts on the revenue budget. Once again, we see Labour's choice to favour pet schemes in a Labour ward rather than help the poorest in society. Another sleight of hand is found in the figures for the end of the last financial year. The Conservative Lib Dem Council underspent by over £3 million. Normally, all this goes into the General Reserve to assist with revenue shortfalls in the following year's budgets. Good financial management. This time, £1 million of that has gone into reserve for something called Derby's Priorities. For that, I read Labour's pet projects. You may remember at the same time these figures became public in July, this Labour group chose to reorganise neighbourhood working. This will eat up a large chunk of this saving. This is another reform which was completely unnecessary, as the previous administration had just reviewed neighbourhood structure only a year ago. Another Labour pet project. Another choice, this time made by Councillor Banwaite. That money could have been used to help lessen the cuts this year. Some more of this has been used for the mortgage scheme to help first-time buyers on the property ladder. This was mentioned by Councillor Russell earlier. Sounds a good scheme, but in fact it will just help 40 lucky people. Unfortunately, unlucky for those facing cuts elsewhere as a result of this budget, an ill-thought-out Labour pet project costing the Derby taxpayers £1 million. Madam Mayor, there are also many inconsistencies, such as I spotted a renewal in the capital for CCTV for next year. Yet if you look at the revenue budget, all CCTV goes in the city from 2015. So why replace anything now? This is also a monumental U-turn by the current Cabinet member, Councillor Banwaite. When it was suggested that CCTV was not upgraded in Allington District Centre, he cried out that crime would rise, the area would be unsafe, and that CCTV must be saved at all costs. This was his ward, after all. At this time, the city centre's cameras were to be upgraded, as without CCTV it could put in danger such things as the street pastors, taxi marshals, door staff and police, who all use these cameras in crime prevention, especially in the night-time hours. With Councillor Banwick's current proposals, the city centre would become unsafe, and it is unlikely that street pastors, door staff or taxi marshals could operate safely without CCTV backup. This seems to have passed the safety-conscious Councillor Banwick by. When I was leading on this, I had set up a working party with our partners to look at how we could raise funds to upgrade our existing cameras, not remove them. What now of Community Safety, Councillor Banwick? Why aren't you leading the crusade for this now? You have the power to make a choice here, at this time. It's because it's not your ward. Is it because it's not your ward, or don't you care now about community safety in the city at all? Staying with inconsistencies and U-turns, another one is found with funding for the Beaufort Business Centre refurbishment, to make it into a building with an interior like the council house, so that we can enjoy that type of working in that building. I thought it was the Labour Party who campaigned against the spend on the council house for refurbishment, saying it was a waste of money in such austere times. Now they're in control, such refurbishment is a good way to save money. Indeed, let's have another scheme, it's so good. That is something, the change to the council house, that we on this side of the chamber always said was a good idea and would save money in the long term. Continuing my theme of U-turns, seeing the light last week at Cabinet, Councillor Bayliss and other Labour Cabinet members stated several times that the Liberal Democrats' sports and leisure strategy was fantastic, a fantastic idea. They were suddenly supporting avidly the multi-sport arena, even trying to imply it was their idea, and we've heard that again tonight. It is a fantastic Liberal Democrat idea, which will significantly improve the...
And the swimming pool.
Which will significantly improve the leisure service offer with a new cycling velodrome, athletics track, a 50-metre swimming pool and a quartet of neighbourhood facilities. It will transform the leisure offer so long neglected by, guess who? The Labour Party, when previously in control of the council. They did absolutely nothing to upgrade our facilities. Now they want to claim the glory. Madam Mayor, how else could Labour have chosen to spend the millions of pounds of money that I have found for them? Well, one thing Liberal Democrats would not have done is the swinging cuts to voluntary sector grants proposed by Councillor Hussain. I know other colleagues on this side of the chamber, and I guess across the chamber, have been lobbied by many organisations in Derby, worried about the proposal of 50% cuts in 2014-15. Both to the voluntary sector and in children's services. Indeed, we heard earlier tonight from Derby Voice, and I'm really sad that we didn't take any notice of them. Well, some of us did. Why cut here? These groups do tireless work for the most vulnerable people in society. They add value by keeping people out of council services. If the budgets are cut here, we will suffer later as demand for council services rise with the voluntary sector being unable to provide any of the service. This is short-termism. My view is that this will put the budget under increasing pressure, and in the long term, the poorest and least able to defend themselves in society will suffer. I thought, Councillor Hussain, you and your party protected these people. Where's your social conscience gone? It is your choice. It would not have been this party's choice to make a savings and cut here. Another way to squeeze the people of Derby is the brown bin tax, another of Councillor Banwick's wheezers. Madam Mayor, this is a tax which will hit everybody in Derby and the environment. This will put up council costs as green waste will just go into the black bin and so on into landfill at great expense both in money and environmental terms. It may save on lorry journeys and bins as people opt out, but wreck recycling and the environment with more landfill. Incidentally, Councillor Banwick, why are you spending more on replacing vehicles and bins in the capital budget when there will be less vehicles needed and less bins or redundant bins under this ridiculous scheme? My view is that this whole plan is to get round the cap imposed by government on council tax risers, as it's another way to tax the people of Derby. Another Labour choice to cut a service and then charge, or rather I should say tax the citizens of Derby for the privilege of a bin being emptied. Madam Mayor, there has been pointless expenditure this year on the posters costing thousands of pounds, warning people of the cuts coming to Derby and blaming Westminster. We heard earlier Councillor Russell complaining that we had pulled out of the Fair Deal for Derby campaign. When the Liberal Democrats joined the Fair Deal for Derby campaign, the idea was a joint lobbying of government. That joint approach never happened. I took it upon myself to take the opportunity to go down to London. He didn't come to me, I went to him. I took the initiative that you should have been taking in leading this council. In fact, this is the second time in 12 months I've had the opportunity to meet up with the Deputy Prime Minister. Perhaps you're just jealous. Because I can access our leader, perhaps you can't access yours.
They've got plenty of access to the internet.
Councillor Russell claimed on Radio Derby earlier this week that millionaires are better off now than under Labour. She seems to have forgotten that for 12 years Labour cut tax to millionaires. Yes, Labour cut tax to millionaires. They cut tax to this group every year whilst in office, until the last month of office. So in fact, millionaires' income grew under Labour, not fell. And just to set the record straight, in this Parliament, millionaires have been taxed an extra £310,000, with this set to increase year on year, not fall as under Labour. This government's also increased capital gains tax, which Labour chose to cut whilst it was in government. This government's cancelled January fuel duty. We've seen the state pension rise by its bigger ever increase. Madam Mayor, by April, 24 million will not pay tax on the first £944,000 of earnings, £600 going back into people's pockets. We've seen youth unemployment lowest in the UK since Labour left office, with 1 million new apprenticeships created since the last general election across the country. We have more people working than ever before, created 1 million new private sector jobs, seen Labour's 12-year deficit legacy reduced by a quarter, seen our interest rates kept low nationally. We have retained our AAA credit rating, which we would lose if we had continued to spend and borrow in the Labour way. These are some of the prudent things that national government has been doing. We don't see the same things going on under a Labour administration nationally or here. In fact, these budget choices we're faced with today will cause suffering to those on low and fixed incomes. It will see some of the most vulnerable without services, see everyone taxed for the collection of green waste, whilst Labour pet projects in their pet wards obtain funding. Madam Mayor, I and the Liberal Democrats cannot support this flawed, ill-thought-out Labour budget, which has really let the city down. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We've had extended speeches in response to Councillor Russell, and Councillor Hickson's informed us that his group will move some amendments, which of course will be debate. No,
Can I raise a point of order, Madam Mayor?
You can't, because we're going to go to the. We're going to.
CP 65, if that helps, Madam Mayor.
Is it really?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite an important point of order to raise. The leader of the Liberal Democrat group has just told us in her speech that the Liberals actually cut council tax whilst they were in power. The figures I got show something absolutely contrary to that. They raised council tax by 5% in the first year of their administration and 3.3% in the second year of their administration. Could she explain what she meant by cutting council tax?
No. We're going to move to the amendments.
What? Madam Mayor. She's misled the council, Madam Mayor.
That's out there, isn't it? We're moving on to deal with today and our budget today. Please move the amendments.
It's just ridiculous. She said she cut council tax.
Madam Mayor, I have amendments of which details officers have, and are circulating by the looks of it. You'll be speaking later anyway on the wire.
Councillor Poulter, you're moving the amendment. Can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Mayor, I'll second the amendment and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. May I make it clear at the outset that this budget setting is about this administration's choices and priorities, not the coalition. It's about your choices. In proposing this amendment, my group will make it perfectly clear that we would have made very different choices. They would have been much more considered, much more logical and much more informed choices in three particular areas addressed here. And I have to say, Madam Mayor, that these amendments have been fully costed and would create a balanced budget at the end of the day. It's absolutely not true to claim that these budget savings are as a result of central government. It's this Labour administration that's chosen to spend £1.5 million on the living wage and chosen to spend £200,000 on subsidising the collection of council tax through the council tax localisation scheme. There's no way that the government's forced this council into this. It's a direct consequence of these two choices that you have had to find the corresponding savings. I'm afraid, Madam Mayor, the truth is that this Labour government, this Labour administration, have clearly introduced this living wage for the political purposes, for their own political purposes, and as a sop for their union paymasters. That said, Madam Mayor, I want to make it clear that as a group, we're not in principle against the living wage. I'm afraid that in the current time, paying for the living wage is simply not affordable. Other private sector public workers are enjoying minimal wage increases, and I'm afraid, Madam Mayor, the public would not accept the principle of paying our staff more at a time when serious damage is being carried out and done to our frontline public services. Let me be clear, the Conservative group would not introduce a brown bin tax. They would not close perfectly serviceable toilets. We would not abandon our environment or the volunteers of Wild Derby. I'll deal with brown bins first. By introducing this bin tax, we would be abandoning years of measures and commitment to driving up recycling rates to a nationally acclaimed level. To the tune of 10%, by their own admission, these will be reduced. This would seriously damage the quality of our refuse collection service in the city. They would be making a system virtually impossible to administer. It will cause untold damage to the public's efforts to recycle and protect our environment. Madam Mayor, they would just simply not continue to separate their waste. We will be deliberately encouraging people to increase the volumes of refuse going to expensive landfill, and as Councillor Van Weyck recommends, they would put it in the black bin. It would result in public services being dictated to residents according to their ability to pay and their postcode. This amounts to the mugging of the public. It's a backdoor way of increasing council tax and it would seriously damage the services that the council provide. This group would not look to subsidise general waste collection by charging £40 for what cost them £22. We certainly would not be spending £2.2 million of taxpayers' money on replacing the whole thousands of blue bins. This group would simply say no, absolutely no, to council bin tax. I'll deal briefly, Madam Mayor, with the public toilets. Although colleagues will also talk on this, it would simply be scandalous to waste the council tax money on closing perfectly good facilities which provide a vital service for users of the parks and the cemeteries, and this would be at some considerable cost. The toilets at Mark Eaton Road were recently refurbished and brought back into commission and have been well used by park users and cemetery users. The major improvements are coming to Mark Eaton Park, which will further increase visitors and increase demand for public toilets in the areas. Rest assured, the public of Derby, this group will not close much serviceable and much needed public toilets in Derby. Turning to Derby Wild, you'll hear further on this from my colleagues, but my group wants to make it clear to the public that this group would not choose to forget about our environment. We would not choose to fail to support volunteers in the communities and their magnificent efforts to spend thousands of hours enhancing the appearance and conservation of our neighbourhoods. It would be complete folly to abandon our environment for the sake of a relatively small amount of money. Madam Mayor, I commend this amendment to the Council as proof that this administration's budget choices are ill-considered, politically motivated. They will seriously damage Council services and discourage community involvement. They represent further steps towards council services by postcode and the people's...
Sorry, Councillor Poulter, you're done.
And the people's...
You're done.
To...
You're done.
Hey, thank you, Madam Mayor.
I have a seconder. Do I have anybody else that wishes to speak on this amendment?
No,
we've already had the person reserve their right to speak at the end, so you're going to have to go before them, aren't you?
I want to go where I want to go.
Does anybody want to go next? Okay, Councillor... Right. Councillor Webb has indicated. I've got Councillor Titley. I've got Councillor Troop. And then I've got Councillor Nater. Anybody else on this amendment? You, then you. And if you can remember it and go in that order. Can you turn your mic off, Councillor Poulter, please?
Sorry.
Thank you. So, whoever was next, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, again. In supporting this amendment, I just wish to concentrate on the facilities at Mark Eaton Park. Most of them happen to be in my ward. It's a park that the city is proud of. It's well utilised by all, not just the people of Alistry, and it has some of our premier events taking place there. We have also, over the years, negotiated with Derby University to pay for some of the car parking that the university requires when not used by members of the public, and the university provide us with considerable funding in income on a yearly basis to keep that car park. They've also provided additional lighting around the park so that when we do have events like the bonfire, that people can walk safely around the park because it is well lit. But students, like anybody else, need toilets. And it's a considerable walk from the car park to the university. So toilets on the park are useful. They're particularly useful when parents with young children are around. And when we've just spent 40-odd thousand on refurbishing them, then it seems pointless to then close them. That does seem short-sighted and a waste of money. And then we come to the enhancement of Markeaton Park. And I do believe that we've just been given a lottery grant of £2.3 million with the possibility of enhancing the facilities at Markeaton Park. So we closed the toilets. It just doesn't make sense. So I will be supporting this amendment. I think it's well thought out, carefully costed, and we will be doing ourselves serious damage. Oh, and I've forgotten. Apart from the lottery grant, we have an organisation, and I think Councillor Roberts might be interested in this, Famous Trains, and they provide miniature railway layouts. And they're also going to be located at Markeaton Park, adjacent to the toilet facilities, because that way there's no separate toilet facilities to be provided. Very. It probably is. It would probably get rid of water as well. But it's, again, very short-sighted to close well-used, well-utilised, decently provided facilities when there is no need whatsoever, particularly as we are going to have a major development at that facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Webb. Councillor Titley.
Well, what a series of speeches we've heard tonight, Madam Mayor. We've heard a Cinderella of a speech, well, a Little Red Riding Hood of a speech from Councillor Jones. We ought to remember when her party spent £1 million on doing up Gayton Pool. In Ulverston Ward, and I'm going to come on to the brown bins in a minute because that's what I'm particularly speaking to, there is a need there, and they withdrew the funding. They and the Tories kept the funding out of that district when we'd started the work. It's extremely underprivileged, deprived socially and financially, and that work was stopped by them, and shame on them. Now let's talk about some of the specifics. I quite often listen to Councillor Hicks, and he's a good orator, but I don't agree with much of what he says. If we turn to the business rates, if you sit in Westminster Council, in their local authority building, then you will find that you'll do very well out of the new arrangements. If you sit in an authorities building any points north of probably Watford, you will find you're worse off. And even though the great efforts that's being made by the leader and the rest of the executive to regenerate this city, and there's projects and many being announced on under this administration, we will not plug that gap as we should do, because Eric Pickles, and shame on him too, because he was a leader of a northern authority, and you wouldn't think he came from the north, has disadvantaged all of us to the benefit of the south. It's a disgrace. And by the way, I've read his 50 steps, and that's the 50 steps of anodyne rubbish and patronising material. Sorry to say, and if the wife's watching, I apologise, dear, I read that one Friday night. I couldn't find anything worthy of any reasonable intellect in there to actually utilise when you're in government in a local authority. Now, on the question of the brown bins, let's get this straight. It is not a tax, it's something that people opt in to pay. We ask people to support Fairer Deal from Derby, and what a surprise, both the Tories and the Liberals have withdrawn from it. The people who are ramming these cuts down the citizens of Derby is their government, and they're their lapdogs. They're just trying to put up pale facades and excuses and telling us how to run the administration, when they've already made a dog's breakfast of it in their turns over the last 4 years, from 2004 to 2012. It's a disgrace. But what do I expect from this opposition? So let's turn to the brown bins. I have a brown bin, I have 2 of them, and I'm perfectly prepared to pay for them.
because we've got to plug the gap in some way that their government has made in our finances. So there's no way I or anybody else in this group will support this amendment. And some of the things that we've had to do as an administration for a Labour administration are purely unthinkable in ordinary circumstances. And the prospect of making staff compulsory redundant is a shame, and it's a shame on their government, and it's a shame for them standing by and letting this happen. We've tried to be fair and equitable in our approach, and I would suggest that Councillor Russell's budget, our budget, is as best as we can get in that direction. And I know when Councillor Hickson, good orator though he is short of ideas when he starts his speech with personal remarks. So let's leave it at that. Let's reject this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Titley. Councillor Troop.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. By killing off Wild Derby, the Council's environmental action is almost reduced to grass cutting and spraying weed killer. At least they've had the good sense in their budget to fund the insurance of the voluntary groups. But it is shameful to do so little for biodiversity in this city. In a previous council motion that had cross-party agreement, it agreed, "This council accepts that when times get tough, it is wrong to take it out on the environment and let future generations live with the consequences." But that is exactly what Labour is doing, and it is shameful. And I would agree with this part of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troop. On to Councillor Nater.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought we was actually discussing the amendment, but never mind.
Sorry, can you clarify? What do you mean?
I thought we was discussing the amendment, and Councillor Titley went on.
Do you want to discuss the amendment?
Well, that was the idea, yes.
Crack on then.
I mean, well, while we're at it, I mean, you know, we've heard Councillor Russell's speech. I mean, I've never come across a party that's had so many U-turns in my life. You know, I mean, U-turn. I mean, for examples. You know,
do you want to go? You just flagged that people aren't sticking to the script, and we're not discussing the amendment. So, do you want to?
Yes, I'm just following Councillor Titley's. Right, so we'll just have a look at some of the U-turns. I mean, the biggest U-turn on the incinerator in Sinfin. You know, one of them. You know, we're talking about U-turn on the carers in the city. You know, a U-turn on the velodrome. Again, you know, U-turn on the council house. U-turn after U-turn. Anyway, going back to the amendment. Right. I'm afraid, you know, there's good bits to this. Our group won't be supporting. We'll be abstaining on this amendment. Really to say there's bits in there. In terms of when democracy plays, well, I wouldn't say on the fence, Mr. Repton, but in the sake of democracy and having a look at past decisions, you know, it's either going to get amended or get thrown out. So that's not democracy to me.
Thank you, Councillor Nater. Councillor Repton.
Madam Mayor, isn't it interesting? We've had the crocodile tears from the two parties opposite as their government attacks this council and many other councils around this country. The Conservative responses so far to this budget debate have been economically illiterate, opportunistic, insincere and ideologically driven. They indicate that they would not go ahead with the brown bin proposals and another of other suggestions to deal with a multi-million-pound cash crisis caused by their government's economic failure. They have singly failed to make any realistic, viable alternative suggestions that are economically credible and avoid destroying much loved and used neighbourhood services or attacking those on low wages in this city. The only suggestions that we've had so far, the first came from Councillor Hickson at the last council meeting, when he suggested that the council ought to put up council tax by 5%. Another Tory proposal was to attack neighbourhood services. Neither of these are acceptable, Councillor Hickson, not by us, not by the people of Derby. Your sums don't add up, and neither does your credibility. Let me ask Councillor Hickson this. What do the Tory leaders of East Sussex, West Sussex, Tory Derbyshire County Council, Tory Buckinghamshire, Tory Wiltshire, Tory Durham, Tory Lincolnshire, Tory Leicestershire, Tory Kent and 21 other Tory councils have in common with this Labour group? Answer: they are all highly critical of their party's attacks on local government. Except, that is, for the Conservative group opposite, and the Liberals, although they're irrelevant. Led by a man who last year shook off, to some extent, the previous reputation for being right-wing by taking a principled, outspoken position on the Bombardier scandal and the mess on police commissioners. But now he and his party betray the people of this city. 2 weeks ago, when David Cameron was in Derby, he spoke to Councillor Hickson. And following this meeting, Councillor Hickson chose party loyalty above loyalty to this city by ripping up the agreement he signed regarding the Fair Deal for Derby campaign. It's too political, whined Cameron's new pet poodle. Of course it is, Councillor Hickson, as is your government's destruction of our public services here in Derby. But you know that, as do the 30 other Tory leaders up and down this country who are facing similar cuts. But they, like us, have the integrity and the guts to speak out.
Councillor Repton, I did speak to Councillor Nater about sticking to the script and speaking to the amendment.
It's connected. It's connected. These cuts are the direct result of the attack on Councillor Derby. Shame on you, Councillor Hickson. For God's sake, man, get off your knees and fight for this city rather than fighting for your beleaguered party. Do not play party political games with this city's public services.
Councillor Repton, yes, you may.
Point of order under CP 64, Madam Mayor. The conduct of members in this council is that they must tell the truth, I believe, under the Local Government Code of Conduct. Councillor Repton said clearly that I met or spoke to David Cameron. On a point of explanation, I was sitting in court all of that day, so could not have met him, even if I'd wanted to, and I've certainly never spoken to him. So Councillor Repton needs, in the interests of accuracy, to withdraw the false statement that he's made to this council, so that on the record he's telling the truth rather than an untruth. I really want to help him in this respect.
Thank you, Councillor Hickson. Councillor Repton, based on the information Councillor Hickson has just given you, would you say it's fair to say you were misinformed?
2 weeks ago, Madam Mayor, I was informed that David Cameron was in Derby and Councillor Hickson had a conversation directly or indirectly with him.
Councillor Hickson has just spoken to the Chamber and said that that is not the truth. Are you happy to accept that you were misinformed?
Madam Mayor, in terms of helping you and helping this meeting go on, I will rephrase. After David Cameron came to Derby in this city, Councillor Hickson changed his stance on the Fair Deal for Derby campaign. And in turn, he's let the people of Derby down. And as I said, 30 other Tory leaders throughout the country have similarly criticised the government for their attacks on local government. But they, like us, have the integrity and the guts to speak out. That's what you and your party should be doing, and you should not be playing party political games with this city's public services. Your proposals for a 5% council tax increase and the destruction of neighbourhood services are just not accepted. The Chinese in the 1960s, referring to their opponents in pejorative terms, called...
Under CP64, once again, Councillor Epson has been economical with the truth. At what point did we put forward a 5% increase in council tax? It is not the truth. Can you please withdraw it, Councillor?
Councillor Repton.
Madam Mayor,
Councillor Repton, for the sake of us moving on and actually setting a budget tonight, are you happy to withdraw the 5%
No,
statement?
I am not, Madam Mayor, because I spoke to senior officers of this authority and they believed, as I believed and my colleagues believed, that Councillor Hickson suggested that that was a possibility of raising it by 5% as one way to balance the budget.
Right,
so
well what I'm going to do, gentlemen, is suspend the meeting for about 3 minutes so you can go and sort yourselves out. We do, because somebody...
Madam Mayor, may I ask senior officers that have just been referenced to join us and have a conversation, please? 'Cause I'd like
Yeah, so can we go away, please, and have proof one way or the other whether that was minuted or not? We adjourn the meeting for 3 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are we ready to resume? Can I just thank Councillors Repton, Hickson and Holmes for being gracious and having dialogue and moving forward. Councillor Repton, over to you, and we won't be timing you for the first bit.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a bit like déjà vu. I can remember 20 years ago, the last time that this council meeting was suspended was when Councillor Hickson and myself clashed over the poll tax. I was proved right on that occasion, but we'll put that to one side. With regard to this, I've spoken to Councillor Hickson, and he accepts at the last meeting, he did say that the council could put up counter tax by 5% as one way of balancing the budget if they wish to do. Now, I've interpreted that as that what they will do, because they've got no other alternatives to that. So I think that's quite reasonable. But I'm glad we've sorted that out. I'll now finish off the rest of my speech. The Chinese in the 1960s, referring to their opponents in pejorative terms, called them the running dogs of a failed capitalist system. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? But here in Derby, in 2013, we have the craven chihuahuas defending Cameron's failed economic plan A, and we're all paying the price of that failure with the multi-million-pound cuts that we're debating this evening. The IMF, the Americans, the French, the Labour Party, and now even 30 Tory councils are criticising Tory economic failure and attacks on local government. And this is the sole reason why we're debating cuts this evening. And the only group not to agree with that is the one opposite. What we need now is a plan B, a change of economic policy and a fair deal for Derby. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Repton. If I can just ask people...
With friends like that, who needs enemies?
To who do you refer, Councillor Repton?
Talking to the Chinese.
Jolly good. Can I just remind people that you've got your 5 minutes and it is to address the amendment. So if you could stick to the script. Thank you. So it's Councillor Dinser, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could I say that I am against the amendment, or the three sub-amendments within this proposal from the Conservatives. Unlike the Liberal Democrats, I think one of them said yes, they support the amendment, the other said they're abstaining, so I'm not sure where they're coming from. I know where the Conservative group is coming from. They are turning to their true blue colours. They are attacking some of the hardest, most deprived people in the city of Derby. The living wage will help those who are, even if they are working, are being hit and brought into the poverty tax issues from the city, from the central government, in the way that the reductions in funding is decimating local government service delivery. The other scheme that they put in front of us, the Corporate Budget Council Tax Localisation Scheme. This again has been put in the budget to divert from some more hardship for the most deprived in this city. It will impact because the government has forced local authorities to take on the council tax scheme delivery locally and reduce the budgets for it. We in this council are mindful of those deprived and poor people of the city of Derby. It will impact the transition fund, and the impact on those people needs to be taken into account. And this is a hardship fund. This is a hardship fund to actually protect the worst off in society. And the Conservatives are quite happy to put these three amendments in place with attacking some of the hardest and the most poorest and deprived in this city. That, in my view, is unacceptable. Therefore, I am unable to support their amendment because I don't think it's costed properly. Well, even if it is costed properly, the value base behind it I cannot agree with. Coming specifically to the item about the Wild Derby project. We have listened to the conversations and the people who have been working hard, the volunteers and the friends of groups for the local nature reserves, the 11 within the city. We have also listened to the Scrutiny Management Board in terms of their deliberations. And everybody recognises the hard, difficult decisions we have to make in terms of the swinging cuts that we are going to be experiencing, which will mean massive government cuts, unfair allocation for the City of Derby, £60 odd different in terms of the cuts we're going to get compared to other authorities, and many of them Conservative authorities. However, within that, we have listened, we have amended the budget for the cuts for the Wild in Derby, and the £10,000 which has been reinstated will pay, which is the top list in terms of the consultation process, will pay for the indemnity insurance for those 11 friends of groups to continue functioning. It will not just pay for that, because that's going to be actually £2,800 of that £10,000. It will also pay for support in terms of consultancy and advice and training in the area of giving them confidence in terms of doing this job that they're doing. We have also budgeted for the fact that the Let's Go Wild in Derby programme will continue for the following year, and in future years it will continue in an electronic form, whilst our leisure park staff continue to look at how we can actually offer a more hard copy programme in the future. The management plans, which must be legitimately provided by the Friends of Groups, will be continued, and there's budget in there to actually ensure that they can meet their obligations for management plans and delivery. They will also be able to be assisted by our Parks Department, where we feel we're locating it better, to create additional Friends of Groups in the parks. And an annual get-together for sharing experiences, opportunities and do's and don'ts will be maintained and continued. Apart from the officer who has taken voluntary redundancy, nearly all the other aspects are being provided through this 10,000 cost. We think that's a very cost-effective and proper way to respond to the consultation process. So I move that we oppose this amendment, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dinser. Councillor Banway.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to take this opportunity to offer a rationale of why this proposal was put forward, and to avoid any further suspensions and disruptions and political point scoring, I'd like to hopefully stick to the facts as much as possible and avoid incurring your wrath, Madam Mayor. Look, let's get back to the reality that what this city faces, irrespective of who's in power. Because of government cuts, and that's the reality we find, in other words, the reduced government grant to this city council, we've got to find £62 million. £20 million in the next financial year. That is a catastrophic amount of money. There's nobody in this chamber, even Councillor Hickson with his great experience and wisdom, and Councillor Martin Repton, and those that have been councillors here a long time, have seen the like. That's a fact. There is absolutely no experience out there in this chamber, looking across at Robin Wood, and Robin's been on the council some time, that we can draw upon during these unprecedented times. So, Madam Mayor, there are many challenges this council faces with funding. Another challenge that we face is the reality is the bulk of the funding we get from a combination of council tax and government grant goes on statutory services. These are services that we have to provide by law. These are services that are associated with very vulnerable people, keeping children's care homes open, providing adult social services. And you might have heard of the Graph of Doom, produced by Barnet Council, a doomsday scenario prediction, which has got all councils running scared, irrespective of their political colours. The reality being, with the reduction, because of government cuts to grants to councils, and the rising cost in adult social services and children's young people services, which is compounded year after year, every time we have an incident. Baby P is a recent tragic example. Councils, under government instruction, rightly so, respond to that, and that means more additional costs for local authorities. We no longer do what councils were designed to do. Councils were at the forefront of focusing on street scene issues, neighbourhood issues, emptying bins, keeping streets clean, getting trees pruned, repairing pavements and filling in potholes. We're actually being required now, because of central government requirements and changing society, to get involved in delivering more specialist services. As a result, there's a huge squeeze on discretionary services. That's the reality. And the graph of doom produced by Barnet Council, which is now recommended analysis, anybody in local government, is it's predicted over the next couple of years, money for discretionary services will simply run out. And what we're debating in this chamber is discretionary services. So even if you could save it today, if we accepted their amendments, they've still got not only the challenge of dwindling resources to pay for discretionary services, we've still got estimated £12 million inflationary pressures to factor into that in year 3. Now, Madam Mayor, I think this administration has been very bold and courageous in going for a 3-year budget. It's been a very painstaking process just to try to set a 1-year budget. And I remember at the tail end of that thinking, right, we've done that. I think we've got to go further. We've got to offer this city stability and leadership. So, Madam Mayor, in terms of the proposal itself, it means a package of savings of £1.7 million. That is actually a considerable amount to put towards that £62 million. It's a huge saving, Madam Mayor. And collection of brown bins is a discretionary service. We already spend a huge amount of money on collecting bins. Black bins, obviously the orange bags and the blue bags. So, you know, it's a rational proposal that we look to do, you know, to protect frontline services. And it's worth reminding that we're actually asking people to go back to what we used to do 10 years ago. And the alternatives are there. We're asking people to, as an alternative to take a charge of £40. I'm prepared to do that. The alternative of recycling centre at Rainsway, which is will still be free of charge. And finally, as an alternative for those people that those alternatives aren't viable, to put it in their black bin. And I think on a positive note, Madam Mayor, which I'd like to finish on, is the commingling. We will be scrapping the hugely controversial bag system with a blue bin system. And that will simplify recycling for dry recyclables. So, Madam Mayor, this package of £1.7 million savings will enable us to protect other valuable frontline services, and I'm prepared to recommend this to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banwick. Councillor Holmes, you reserved your right to speak on this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. May I say what a fine job you're doing tonight in difficult circumstances sometimes. Charging for brown bins will be a disaster for this administration, and I'm sure that many of the downtrodden Labour members who are likely told rather than asked their opinion probably agree, even though they'll never admit it. It's another example of Labour's ill-fated city congestion charge all over again, proving that Labour don't learn and they repeat the same mistakes again and again. So politically, this will have a huge impact on the local elections next year. So if you go ahead, so be it, and you'll face the consequences. But I'd rather see you accept this as a bad idea and U-turn. The choice is yours. An overwhelming percentage of residents are against this charge being brought in. Our petition continues to grow. I've got a small amount of the slips that we're collecting here, just as an example. You know, there are going to be hundreds more. You need to listen to the residents on this one. And Derby's brown bin charge is already a disjointed scheme, even before it's been implemented, Madam Mayor. The figures don't add up, they don't seem to hold up to scrutiny, and so many ifs and buts, along with the go-ahead from the Cabinet member for neighbourhoods and his leader, that residents can use the black bins for grass cuttings, etc. Effectively, this ends Derby's position as a top-performing city for recycling in advance. So what a shambles, and a shambles that will be at the expense of the Derby taxpayer, regardless of whether they choose to pay or not to pay what is widely known now, and rightfully so, as the Derby bin tax. With regards to Wild Derby, movement on insurance and vague promises of some of Wild Derby's functions being continued via the Parks Department, etc., is just not good enough. This amendment is simple. Put the money back into the budget and take it from an area of this administration has chosen to increase funding for at a time when it doesn't really need to. Labour have chosen to cut Wild Derby, and it's Labour who will be blamed. If this goes ahead, every one of you in the Labour ranks will not be forgiven by the many hundreds of volunteers across all of your wards, and all for £50,000, which can be found. It clearly demonstrates in this amendment. It's your choice to make, having the majority in this chamber. And had the Conservatives still been in administration, Wild Derby funding would not be cut. And in the overall budget, the amount we're talking about is just a drop in the ocean, really, for what it actually delivers. That funding has delivered so much more in return than the investment. And it seems illogical to cease the Wild Derby project, which is what you want to do. And I've not really seen any of the Labour councillors in this chamber, in reality, fight to save it. So that really disappoints me. And we should all know that Wild Derby can only succeed when professional advice and expertise is given to the management groups. It can only succeed when the council realises that it's Wild Derby that's delivering its only biodiversity push. It's the only thing that we've got, and we need to recognise that responsibility. Wild Derby needs the advice and guidance in seeking and securing grant funding that's been really successful in the past in being secured. It needs the links with the university and other bodies for research and educational activities that this funding ensures. And the funding also delivers, for example, the Let's Go Wild in Derby programme, the Big Day Out for schools, and they're just two examples. Remember, again, the hundreds of volunteers who are supported by this funding. Don't be the administration that's remembered for destroying all of that. Make the right decision and reinstate the funding here tonight. And as I've said before, those involved in Wild Derby are the most non-political group of people I've ever met. They understand the budget pressures, but what they don't understand is the logic nor reasoning behind this particular cut. Please support them. If nothing else tonight, make this one small concession and do the right thing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Holmes. So now we need to go to the vote on the amendment. All of those in favour, please show. All of those against? The amendment's lost, but as I've been asked to do before, I think I need to give you an opportunity to show you're abstaining, or have I got that round my neck? I've got that round my neck, ignore me. Right. Righty, so the amendment is lost. Okay, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have an amendment to put forward to this council, please.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Can I have a seconder for that, please? Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This amendment, though complex on paper, is simple in reality. It is about saving those services which support and indeed are lifelines for those most vulnerable in our society. Children who are in the care of the council, children and young people who have been sexually abused, homeless people and finally carers who look after others. The Sexual Abuse Unit provides an irreplaceable service including counselling, advice, guidance and support for young people in Derby who have experienced the horror of sexual abuse. We wish to keep this unit open without forcing it to rely on income generation for its survival. To make the unit generate income would mean that the experts in that team would quite simply be selling their expertise to other councils and not using it for the children of Derby. This is not acceptable. Derby has been praised for its expertise in providing help and support of young people facing sexual abuse and sexual exploitation. This unit has played a large role in being proactive and helping protect, care and grow young people who have suffered. I will read you a quote from the Children in Care Service that I believe summarises why we must save this unit. And I quote, "Corporate parenting is about so much more than simply removing children from danger. It is about giving them the opportunity to overcome the abuse and trauma they have suffered in order to be able to build a realistic hope of a brighter future." End quote. We are also asking the Council to save the clinical psychologist service for looked after children. Children coming into care do so for a number of reasons. This service is essential to help them overcome their ordeals. The aim of the clinical psychologists working within the looked after children teams is to provide direct and indirect support to help manage the emotional and behavioural difficulties of looked after children. They also provide support for social workers, link workers, foster carers and residential staff. We are all corporate parents. This service helps our children, our social workers and our foster carers. Please support them by continuing to fund this service. We also want to save the space, which as a youth drop in one-stop shop. The support, guidance and referral service and help provided by Space ranges from housing and homeless support, benefits guidance, volunteering, drugs advice, welfare rights support, mental health counselling, sexual health advice, stop smoking guidance and support, general advice, educational opportunities, training and employment skills, debt advice, careers guidance, leisure and travel information, chlamydia screening and pregnancy testing. It is a place where a young person from the ages of 16 to 25 can drop in without an appointment to a city centre location and use all of these facilities without fear, prejudice or ridicule. Without this service, young people will suffer and the unintended consequences in future years will cause pressures on children and young people, on public health, on the NHS, on homeless shelters and charities, and finally families. It needs to be saved. We would also like to protect some of the supported housing in Derby, particularly for young people who use the YMCA. The YMCA provides supported housing for vulnerable and homeless people aged between 16 and 64. They provide innovative learning and development programmes, various schemes for children and their families, and other projects aimed at achieving sustainable community development. Again, the unintended consequences of cutting this service will have a huge impact on the Derby community. And finally, we would like to continue to provide carers provision for a further year. This will give time to both the Council and these dedicated providers of care to review the provision and come up with a solution that is supportive and beneficial to all. All of these proposals have been fully costed and would not cut any existing services. I urge you to consider all these points and support us in continuing to deliver these vital services that will continue to help support those most vulnerable in our society. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers on the amendment? Councillor Rawson, Councillor Whitby, Councillor Shanker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do agree with Councillor Williams on the importance of these services, which have been put at risk by the Conservative Liberal Democrat coalition government due to the cuts in the grant funding which has been passported on through to the local authority. Unfortunately, Madam Mayor, I'm not convinced that the proposed savings from elsewhere are achievable. So I'm afraid, Madam Mayor, I can't support this amendment. However, as a Labour administration, we are working very hard and have already done a considerable amount of work behind the scenes to address the issues that are contained within this amendment, Madam Mayor. And I'd just like to talk a little bit about some of those. I think this is an example, Madam Mayor, where we have listened to the skilled and experienced staff, to service users as well as members of the public. During the budget setting process, we have been able to move from a position where the £100,000 in relation to the therapeutic services on Leopold Street was proposed to be withdrawn, and we've actually managed to move to a position where we are able to protect this valuable service and give a commitment that the Child Sexual Abuse Unit will continue to provide this important service. I think a valid point has been made about the balance between generating income from external placements and from other authorities, and to make sure that that doesn't completely take over. So I am very mindful, Madam Mayor, of that issue, and will be working hard to make sure that doesn't happen. I think actually allowing the service to open up, Madam Mayor, and offer its services to other local authorities is actually an opportunity for the service to expand over time and in the longer term. I have every confidence in the quality of the service that's provided, and that other local authorities will want to use these important services. And I'm, as I say, Madam Mayor, confident that that income will be generated over a period of time. And I do think it's actually positive for local authorities to work together and cooperate with each other in this way to provide high quality service. I'm happy to say that this is in the public sector. In terms of the clinical psychologist service and the other services that are mentioned on the amendment, Madam Mayor, there are ongoing discussions with colleagues in health to look to attract alternative funding to be able to retain these services, and I am optimistic that we're going to be able to make some progress in that regard. Just finally, to finish on the space and the one-stop shop, that is pencilled in for the 2014-15 financial year. And again, there's an opportunity between now and then to be able to talk to our partners and to think creatively about involving other services and try and come up with a solution that will retain those particular facilities for our children and young people, Madam Mayor. So whilst there is a lot that is extremely difficult in terms of the children and young people's budget, cuts of 5.5 million, which is a massive sum in 2013-14, and another 3 million the following year, that are pencilled in. I'm confident that by working creatively and thinking and working with other outside partners, we will be able to get around some of these issues and even be able to continue to fund some of the services which are mentioned, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rawson. Councillor Whitby, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, I understand Councillor Williams' desire to keep these services going. I think most of us would share that sentiment. I'm extremely glad that we should retain 42 Leopold Street. Does a fantastic job, and there is, yes, the issue of them providing services for other authorities, and maybe there'll be less capacity for our own children, but we have to keep this service in Derby. As other authorities cut back because of funding cuts, there'll be more need for it, and if we cut this service, we'd only have to buy it back in. That's the reality. So we have to keep it, whatever way we do it. I think income generation will have to work. There are one or two other ideas, suggestions, as well as just the income generation, that will help to make it work. So I'm very, very pleased with that. The other services, of course, extremely valuable. As Martin says, the space, we've got a year to work on that, and no doubt we will, to do something with that one, because it's a tremendous service. The bottom line on this, unfortunately, as has been said so many times tonight, we can't make the ends meet. There's about 900, nearly £1 million worth of savings here. So unfortunately, I will be voting against this amendment, but I do want the service to be protected. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Shanker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try concentrating my contribution just to point E on the amendment put forward by Councillor Williams here tonight. And firstly, I must agree that the work being done at the YMCA is absolutely vital, and they do a phenomenal job with young people who face homelessness. Myself and many of the Cabinet colleagues have met service users at the YMCA, as well as their staff. But surely Councillor Williams does know, and I'd like to remind her, the YMCA would be in this position today, and they are in this position today, because of the decisions taken by the Conservative and the Conservative Liberal administrations over the last 2 years. They cut the housing-related supporting budget from £9 million down to £3 million in that region. That decision would have meant, and has led, to termination notices being given to all providers for this service, and in April we'll be tendering a new process which the YMCA will be invited to bid for, and if successful would be given that contract. Councillor Williams should also know we can't make a decision here today to award any provider a contract. That fly in the face of all of our procurement rules. So she knows this amendment is just politically driven to score some points, to try and get across that this administration isn't looking after the most vulnerable in our city, where we absolutely are looking after the most vulnerable in our city. And had their administrations not cut a £9 million budget down to £3 million, we wouldn't have been in the situation that we're in today.
Thank you. Councillor Hussain.
Madam Mayor, I'll mainly focus on C, and I'll speak on services to carers. It gives me a good opportunity actually to clarify what the score is regarding carer services. I think there's lots of misinformation circulating in terms of what these proposals exactly are. Can I say the volume that we provide is not going to be cut one little bit. Any carer who needs a break from caring will be getting a care break exactly as before. And we've not actually made any cuts in terms of the frequency with which they will be able to have that break. Carer services are delivered in too many different guises and under too many budget headings. And what we are looking to do is, and that's all we are doing actually, taking a good look at how exactly the money is being spent. If the proposals, which I'm going to recommend that we go ahead with the proposal contained in the budget, they will give us good opportunity, because in February the carers will be properly consulted and there will be equality impact assessment, and the decision actually to go ahead with the proposal here will be taken by the Cabinet at a later stage. And we will then know exactly what is actually being cut. At the moment, even the officers are not 100% cut, but we do know that we will be focusing on some discretionary services, which entail things which you could perhaps describe as supplementary to the core service. They're not related to carer breaks, and they're not the core service which carers are seeking. But there are things that we do. For example, we do award small amounts of grants to enable carers to go and have a paid holiday. And we have in the past bought pieces of equipment for carers. Now, we will have a good look at the impact that may be on carers if we actually withdraw part of the funding from those budgets. In terms of carer contribution, I am in no doubt that the carers make a very vital contribution to care services in Derby, because without their help and support, our budgets will actually run out within 2 or 3 months of each financial year. Carers do provide the bulk of the caring. If you look at the number of people who perhaps will need care and support in the city, it will probably run close to 12 to 14,000 people. But actually, the statutory demand on services amounts to around about 4,000 to 5,000 people. Because in other cases, carers are not even asking for a small amount of help even. They're doing the bulk of the caring. And there is no way that we would actually be abandoning them to their own devices and leave them under stress and pressure. Because the break which they get revitalizes them and enables them to carry on caring for the person that they care about for much longer, and will actually be doing a disservice to ourselves if we actually weaken that support mechanism which is currently in place. So therefore, I will not be supporting this amendment, but we will have ample time to work with the carers to see exactly what we need to do, because we're not going to make the final decision until well into the next financial year.
Thank you. Councillor Hickson. Sorry? Okay, thank you. So we need to vote on the amendment. All of those in favour of the amendment, please show. Okay. All of those against? The amendment's lost. Thank you. Are there any other amendments? Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is this circulated? Thank you.
Yeah. Could we have a seconder just while these are being distributed, please?
I'm happy to second this motion, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
And reserve my right to speak, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief on this because it's self-explanatory and cost-neutral. I was a late convert to neighbourhood working, but like all converts, I think it's the best thing that's ever happened to Derby. I like getting down into the pavement politics that neighbourhood working gives us. And I find that we've got, in Oakwood, 3 neighbourhood workers that cost the council 10 grand a year. And I don't think we can claim expenses either. And we were out in the cold weather, in the snow and ice, in our wellies, delivering grit to the people who had a problem because of the topography of Oakwood Ward. We found a local issue. We're neighbourhood workers. We're neighbourhood board members. We're called local councillors. We don't actually want somebody who's paid to do the job that we were elected to do. So this proposal is to save the £22,000 that was going to be spent on having people doing our jobs and distributing it on an equal basis to 12,900 to each of the 17 wards. 220,000, I beg your pardon. Yeah, to a rounded sum of 12,900 to each of the wards on an equitable basis, which seems perfectly sensible to me. It won't cost you a penny, and it will save an awful lot in terms of employing extra people. I move the amendment as printed.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Councillor Van White.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you for that. It's nice to hear Conservatives say that neighbourhood working introduced by Apologies, Madam Mayor. Would you like me to start again?
Sorry, I was just consulting on something, but probably not.
Okay. Okay. Okay, well, just to remind everybody, I did say that Councillor Robin Wood, it's nice to hear him say that the neighbourhood agenda introduced by the previous Labour administration was actually a very good thing, and they've taken full benefit of that. You know, perhaps we need to just explain the importance of this neighbourhood work, the neighbourhood workers that we're looking to introduce. It's actually going to boost neighbourhood working across the city, and it brings us into line with what many local authorities across the country are already doing. Nottingham, Sheffield have introduced this scheme, and it's proved a phenomenally successful scheme because it's been recognised that communities, and especially deprived communities that grapple with street scene issues like fly tipping, litter, antisocial behaviour, graffiti, vandalism, do need that additional support. And neighbourhood workers will be those boots on the ground that will be there day in, day out, in the communities, working closely with councillors, working closely with community leaders, working closely with local residents, identifying those issues. Because these are the issues that matter to local people. And you just need to look at the election literature that all parties put out. They talk about these local issues and what more needs to be done. These issues aren't going away. So it absolutely makes sense that we do provide additional resources and support. And Madam Mayor, as an active frontline councillor, when I'm not performing my other duties, it is a role that I've tried to fashion around the needs of active councillors. It's certainly a role that I have performed, Councillor Robin Wood, like yourself, but still the issues are tremendously difficult and complex that we do need this additional support. So it is a role that, Madam Mayor, that I think will actually benefit all councillors. And we are looking to introduce a resource that's going to benefit all councillors across the city. In terms of scrapping the proposal to devolve, to take the funding and putting it into devolved budget, I think that would be a retrograde step in terms of the actual losing the benefit of what the neighbourhood workers as a resource can do for local communities. I certainly welcome the suggestion of putting more funding to wards, but I mean, I'm baffled to know why Allestree would benefit from additional funding. You know, what are the big issues in Allestree where you need more funding? And I would have thought at a time of government cuts, which are actually going to hit the most disadvantaged communities in our city, that actually those resources should be put in areas of most in need, that clearly are grappling with those very complex issues. So it's worth mentioning, Madam Mayor, that the Neighbourhood Commission has actually recommended, and the Neighbourhood Commission is a cross-party commission, let's not forget that actually we should look at the devolved funding and devolve it fairly. That question has been raised. Why do we take our funding and devolve it equally across the city? That a case can be made. Clearly the needs of communities like Allington, Sinfin, the Cavendish Island where I grew up, is much more needy than areas of Allestree, surely. That's about fairness. What's the rationale in devolving the funding proportionately? So clearly a model, one interesting model, would be around the deprivation indices. That would be a fairer way to devolve the funding. But either way, Madam Mayor, these are considerations that the Council has been asked to look into by the Neighbourhood Commission of cross-party councillors, and a suggestion we do take seriously. But I can't support this, Madam Mayor. This proposal will actually enhance the neighbourhood agenda, and I would make the suggestion. We are going to look to introduce this scheme, and it's going to go live any day now. So I do look forward to announcing that. But if any ward whether it be Conservative or Liberal Democrat, that don't appreciate or don't want to make use of this, they're more than welcome to hand back that neighbourhood worker back, and we can redistribute that resource in other parts of the city, Madam Mayor. So that offer is out there. So I'd look forward to Robin Wood saying, no, we don't want this enabled worker. I'm always out day in, day out. I know Councillor Hickson will be stomping, I'm sure he's out day in, day out in his local community and picking up dog fouling, and obviously he must be inundated with dog fouling and graffiti around Allestree. There must be some unruly children there. So I'm sure they'd love to make a case why they need this extra funding, Madam Mayor, but we will certainly make a case of why that funding, that resource should go into the most needy communities. And that's about Labour being fair and equitable, and that's what Labour, at the heart of what Labour is about, Madam Mayor. So thank you very much, and we
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak on that amendment? So, Councillor Poulter, you reserved your right to speak.
I did, Madam Mayor, thank you. And hopefully, well, it seems to have focused the members' attention on this particular subject, the subject of Labour's dedication towards neighbourhood working. Councillor Russell referred to the manifesto pledge, results of which we have yet to see anything. Nothing's appeared yet. But let's see if we can't explode that myth a little. The Labour administration, as Councillor Banwaits clearly indicated, and I wish tonight he would have come out and actually said it, that what his intentions are to change the neighbourhood management arrangements for the sake of political gain, with the full intention of any remaining services, and there probably won't be many left by the time he's finished, and he'll be directing those services towards his own wards with the assistance of these wardens. And he'll be using them and everybody along the likes to their own wards. The bottom line here, Madam Mayor, is that his whole intention is to assist their own members, who are clearly incapable of leading in their own communities, to do the work for them. Madam Mayor, the current arrangements work extremely well where local councillors commit themselves to the role of a community leader, where they encourage and engage with the local community. They create local subgroups, community associations, traders associations, schools partners, school clubs and the like. This would continue to work if the councillors were capable and willing and able to carry out these duties. Current arrangements work through communication, engagement, consultation and in particular devolved funding. The public need to be empowered on local issues, and the single most important issue is devolved funding, giving them the real ability to identify and address truly local issues. It's the local people, the local neighbourhood boards who know best what's needed and how best to achieve local best value. This administration's manifesto pledged to introduce neighbourhood changes within 100 days. It's nearly a year, Madam Mayor, we've seen nothing, absolutely nothing today. In fact, what we have seen, and Councillor Russell didn't mention this in her speech, what we have had is a firm commitment to cut devolved budgets to neighbourhood boards. It's absolutely clear that through a managed recommendation from the Neighbourhoods Commission that Councillor Banway intends to cut neighbourhood budgets further. He intends to direct the funding disproportionately to his own areas, to his own wards, thereby creating a total postcode services for Derby City, and that is not fair, Madam Mayor. Furthermore, by devolving the budgets as we've recommended, by not going ahead with these neighbourhood workers and devolving the funding to every single neighbourhood boards, the neighbourhood board would have the opportunity to provide, commission and agree local youth services throughout the city, which at the moment are currently going to be decimated, along with any capacity to deal with antisocial behaviour. Antisocial behaviour is a blight in every ward, and it's clear that Councillor Banway intends to remove the ability to deal with it and focus attention on his own wards. The priority for neighbourhood boards should not be the provision of more council officers to do the councillors' work. We should be continuing to improve and provide services necessary in each and every ward in the city. The way forward shown by my group previously is a commitment to the neighbourhood agenda through development of street pride, which is being decimated, and the investment in the level of devolved funding. By providing this £13,000 each, nearly every ward across the city could tackle issues which they are going to find it extremely difficult to do with the cutting of youth services and the facility to deal with antisocial behaviour. Under the Labour Group's proposals, the level of devolved budget is under attack. It will be reduced. It will be disproportionately reduced directly to Labour-controlled wards, creating further services by postcode, whilst reducing devolved budgets to pay for services. You know, how are neighbourhood boards? I'll tell you why Alistair and other wards need more money. It's to deal with and to provide for gully cleaning, to provide for street furniture and various other things in the city. Absolutely every ward in this city, Councillor Banway, has problems. They have priorities and they have the right to be able to deal with those priorities, and to disproportionately deal with funding in this way is absolutely wrong, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
So we move to the vote. All of those in favour of the amendment, please show. (23), thank you. All of those against the amendment, please show. 26. The amendment is lost. Okay, can I just check that there are no more amendments? No? Okay, so we now move back to the substantive motion. Did I see Councillor Holmes indicate? And we just to let you know, we're back to the 5 minutes each now. Okay, thank you. So Councillor Holmes, Councillor Banway, Councillor Troop.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we've got confirmation from Ranjit Banway that Labour are about to remove funding from areas like Chellaston and Shelton Lock, Micklova, Allestree, Oakwood, Spondon and Darley. At least Dick Turpin wore a mask, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Banway.
I'll firstly start with a point of personal information or clarification. Beg your pardon, Madam Mayor. I said that it was the recommendation of the Neighbourhood Commission and that we were being asked to look into it. That's the facts. And Councillor Poulter is a member of that commission, so it was your recommendation, Councillor Poulter, that we've been asked to look into. So that's, let's get that absolutely right. Madam Mayor, can I just firstly start by... Madam Mayor, can I firstly start by congratulating my colleague, Councillor Sarah Russell, in her maiden budget speech. And I'm very proud to say that this Labour group is a very diverse group in all sorts of ways, along the lines of ethnicity, gender and age. One of the youngest cabinet members in the country. We should be congratulating that, Madam Mayor. I couldn't care less if she was from, Derby or Timbuktu. The fact is, she's doing an excellent job. Introducing the living wage, introducing the mortgage scheme, putting roofs over people's head. I mean, that's such a... we should be... that's a tremendously emotional, fantastic achievement that I'm very, very proud of to be associated with that. And can we just explode, sticking to, obviously, some of the contributions already made, and Councillor Hickson. I mean, let's get this right. I mean, Councillor Hickson's attack on Councillor Russell, which I thought was absolutely shameful. Absolutely disgraceful. We should be encouraging and encouraging young people to go onto the council. And to attack her in that way was absolutely disgraceful. So it doesn't, in my opinion, we should require a gentlemanly apology. But can I just also point out some hypocrisy? Wasn't Councillor Hickson leader when they put up in Sinfin Ward a councillor that wasn't eligible because of age? A candidate that wasn't eligible. I believe it was Councillor Samra's daughter. Now, he couldn't tell me that he didn't know her age, unless he doesn't know his own member, Councillor Samra. And unfortunately, he had to withdraw. She had to withdraw. She had to before. And what a disgrace and embarrassment for Councillor Hickson. So we're not going to have any lectures from Councillor Hickson. We've got a candidate, we've got a councillor there that's been put there legally, that has a mandate, and is actually doing a tremendous job, Madam Mayor. Can I also say, you know, I'm not sure if that's the same Councillor Hickson, whether it's, you know, a robot now. Because what happened to the Councillor Hickson that said the government had to get a grip? The very same Councillor Hickson that was so critical, vigorously critical of the government. He went on television after they lost the election and said on BBC East Midlands News, unless he's forgotten, very critical and condemning of the coalition arrangement, saying that they should take a grip. And that's a direct quote, Madam Mayor. So they say a week's a long time in politics, Madam Mayor, but that's an absolute ridiculous. To actually go on on regional TV and now to completely espouse a Dalek-like approach, Madam Mayor. It's almost like it is a Dalek-like approach. What the Councillor Hickson that stood in the council chamber and said, we've got to get the Bombardier spirit, let's get behind the government. The very same Councillor Hickson that went down to London, and I unfortunately wasn't at the meeting where he sat with the Secretary of State along with the Labour leader and the Liberal Democrat leader, and I heard you wouldn't have thought he was a Conservative. He was that damning and critical of what the Secretary of State was doing in regards to the Bombardier issue. So, you know, for him to come along to this chamber and say they haven't been instructed by David Cameron it's unbelievable. He had a go at Councillor Russell of delivering a Chris Williamson-like production. Well, I'd rather listen to a Chris Williamson-like production, an MP of this city, a Derby lad born and bred, than a Cameron speech. A speech written and crafted in 10 Downing Street. In 10 Downing Street, Madam Mayor. It's about time they expressed a loyalty to the city of Derby and the residents. And let's come back to the Fair Deal for Derby campaign and where the idea actually came about. It came about from the Tories. It was actually Yvonne Williams that suggested we do a campaign. If you didn't know. I mean, Councillor Hickson probably didn't know. He wasn't at that meeting. Councillor Yvonne Williams was standing in for Councillor Hickson and Councillor Holmes at the Cabinet, where we were making very, very relevant and valid points about the terrible circumstances this council faced in terms of government cuts. Contribution after contribution by my Cabinet colleagues put them under a huge amount of pressure, and Councillor Yvonne Williams said, we agree with you. What can we do about it? We'll support you in any lobbying. So we went away from that and thought, well, okay, you know, they're putting an overture to us, we can't turn that down, you know. Then the idea of putting a motion to the full council was put forward. The Telegraph rightly got behind the campaign, and they came along to the council chamber supporting it. Now, the reality is, the facts that led them to join that campaign, and the facts when they left it, are exactly the same. In fact, we've proven time and time again that Derby isn't getting a fair deal. So, Madam Mayor, it's absolutely clear what they've done is put their loyalties to their bosses in this coalition government that have no inclination of the pain and suffering. Councillor Russell has more understanding and empathy in Derby than David Cameron and Nick Clegg. What do they know about our city, Councillor Hickson? Just tell me, what do they know?
Thank you, Councillor Banwaite. Councillor Troop.
He's just swore. He has just sworn. Yes, he did.
What did you say? Did anybody hear? No.
Madam Mayor, I said blooming Liberal Democrats, Madam Mayor.
I did forget to mention Dick Whittington earlier on. It starts on Wednesday, and I just wondered if we can wait until Wednesday for the pantomime, because I can see it going, oh no we did, oh no we didn't. I am going to suggest that we move on, because I've got to be totally honest, I didn't hear what you said. So I'm going to move on.
Point of order, Madam Mayor, just to let everybody know, tickets are £10 and you can get them online. Thank you.
Thank you. But they are selling very, very quickly.
They certainly are. Star of the show, me and you.
Thank you. Can I just say, Councillor Banwaite? Councillor Banwaite, your microphone wasn't on anyway, so it's not on the transcript. So. Right. So, Councillor Troop, before you were rudely interrupted. Forgive me.
Madam Mayor. Clearly, each political party has its own priorities. The budget proposed by Labour clearly shows Labour priorities: to raise council tax, to raise charges wherever possible, to concentrate money on Labour's pet projects, and to pick a fight with the government of the day, which the people of Derby will have to pay the price for. I think we have some local experience of what happens when you pick a fight with a national government, and I really don't wish us to go down that road again. Councillor Jones has set out a different view of the budget, which the Liberal Democrats would have followed if we'd been in power. We would have had no increase in council tax, no brown bin charge, no unnecessary Labour pet projects. We're all aware of the national housing crisis. Despite Labour's appalling record in government, they choose to use an opposition day at Westminster on the 23rd of January to debate housing. Some interesting points were made, and I'll give some examples. The English Housing Survey suggests that 2/3 of all newly formed households now enter the private rented sector, a strategy that tackles the unscrupulous landlords who make so many lives a misery. With 37% of the private rented centre falling below the decent home standard, the time to act is now. Empowering local councils to drive up standards. All these points were made in the summing up of the debate. The summing up was done by our very own ex-councillor Chris Williamson. So what is in this budget in Derby which would tackle these concerns? Many providers for the homeless are fearful of what this budget means for them, but on the private rented centre, Labour's budget plans are to reduce by 3 full-time equivalents the staff in housing enforcement in the private rented sector. That is in the second year of this budget. That really is an example of two-faced Labour. They U-turned on the council house, they U-turned on the velodrome. We need another U-turn that surely would get Chris Williamson's approval, a U-turn on the plan to reduce housing standards staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you have some respect for members of the public? Councillor Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, we've come a long way from the last election campaign, where Labour were quite happy to let the public believe that there'd be no cuts under a Labour administration and life would be rosy. That particular red rose, though, has plenty of sharp thorns on it, and they've been used to lash out at the poor, the ill and the most vulnerable people in our city. About a year ago, there were howls of protest from Labour saying it was wrong to merge Whittaker Road Day Centre with Morleston Street Day Centre to make one full day centre instead of 2 half-empty ones. Now we discover Councillor Hussain and Councillor Russell plan to close the remaining one day centre. Now that is real hypocrisy for you, Labour hypocrisy. Last year, Labour were up in arms about cuts to voluntary sector grants. Now those cuts are dwarfed by the slashing by half, 50%, that Labour planned to do to voluntary sector grants. Last year, the Council promised the voluntary sector that they would have no more budget cuts, because the third was the same as the amount that the Council were itself taking on as cuts. Labour has wilfully broken that promise to the voluntary sector. Late last autumn, Labour was still saying to the voluntary sector that they valued their input and how important they were to the city of Derby. The question really on everybody's mind, of course, will be at that point in time, did they know that the 50% budget cut was shortly to be announced? And it was very shortly announced afterwards. Labour Cabinet members tonight have been queuing up to, or before tonight, have been queuing up to tell the media that they didn't want to do this budget, and it had all been forced on them, plenty of hand-wringing, etc., etc. Rubbish. They have made the decisions about how much money to allocate to each service. It's all a question of priorities. For example, is Empire Building by Ranjit Banwait and in his neighbourhood project more important than looking after homeless people or supporting carers, perhaps? Labour obviously think it is, because looking at the amendments they voted down. And yet Ranjit's more expensive way of running neighbourhood working will mean that the service actually will cost £320,000 more to run. And all that will be happening is that paid employees will be taking over the role that councillors are supposed to be doing anyway. I mean, it's hardly efficient, but there we go. And then, of course, there's the £1 million fund Labour have created for their pet projects. £1 million would go do a great deal of good in the voluntary sector. I noticed that this year there is a £1 million of revenue funding that hasn't been needed to support the capital programme due to slippage. Why has that not simply been put back into revenue? These are all questions that should have been asked, and obviously they haven't been asked. Or that Labour may well have asked them and decided, no, we want to do something else. We don't mind about cutting stuff from the voluntary sector or people that are at risk of homelessness. That money would have gone a long way to softening the blow to housing-related support and to the voluntary sector and carers. I also find it hard to believe that you have really closely examined the capital programme to see what could be slipped, for example. You have actually added more money to the capital programme, over 10 million next year, the following year over 13.5 million, and the following year after that over 9.5 million. This has an impact on the revenue budget, the day-to-day budget, and this means that you'll be paying a mortgage-style payment on this borrowing, and that comes directly out of the revenue budget. And it's the revenue budget, particularly, where we have a problem. Well, there will be less day-to-day money available for things like housing-related support, voluntary sector grants, etc. And if Labour are willing to put their money where their mouth is, I challenge you now, put an amendment in, because you've obviously rejected everybody else's amendments, so put it in now, and I've given you some idea as to what to use. Do it now and get a bit of credibility, because your whining just cuts for nothing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, could I move Standing Order CP 10, please?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Skelton. All those in favour... Pardon? Yeah, all those in favour of extending the meeting? Thank you. Okay. Is there anybody against? Okay, it is carried. And the meeting will now go beyond 10 o'clock. Thank you. Of course, if we're very quick, we might make the watershed anyway. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Much has been made tonight about the Labour Group's inability to set the budget they really wanted to set. But, Madam Mayor, the reason for their crocodile tears is apparent to any thinking person. The country at the last general election was in serious debt. That's before and after the general election. Who do they blame for that? The banks? Well, they failed to regulate the banks. The recession? Well, they were totally incompetent and incapable of dealing with that. And now, tonight, they're blaming the current government. But let's remember, it's only a couple of years ago when Labour ran last this council, and it was a Labour government at the same time. During that time, they denied this council millions of pounds, along with other authorities across Derbyshire. That's a Labour national government and a Labour local council denied money by the national government. They called it damping then, but it's still a cut to our budget. Seemed to be all right to the Labour group then. I don't remember a howling objection at that time about national government actions. And Kent benefited that year and those years quite nicely, thank you. But under Labour, we have these crocodile tears. Councillor Russell, you mentioned shame. Where's your shame? Maybe you're not old enough to remember those things. I do apologise. But it certainly wasn't. It certainly wasn't. It certainly wasn't. Madam Mayor, please.
Right. Can I? Please don't respond, Councillor Russell. Can we stop referring to people's age? Because if you kept saying I was 43, I'd get my hair off, I think. So stop referring to a younger member's age, because it is, and this is not just to Councillor Allen, to be fair, because he's not the first who's referred to Councillor Russell's age. If we want to engage people in politics, we need to accept them for their ability and their skill, and we need not refer to age, no matter who they are, whether that's young people or older people. So if we can get you back on track, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was following Councillor Banwake's example with his assassination of Councillor Hickson, but OK, I'll take your word for that. But the message is simple, Madam Mayor. If you don't have the money, you can't spend it. And that would be for any colour of authority running this city. If you haven't got it, you can't spend it. But what does this Labour group do when they haven't got the money? They cut from the vulnerable and they borrow. Just look through the papers and add up the amount of borrowing that they want to do, with little regard to the council taxpayer who's got to pay it back. And remember, the country's already in massive debt. A couple of years ago, when Ed Balls was the Cabinet Minister for Education, he visited Derby Children and Young People's Department. When I asked him about the lack of funding during his time in the Cabinet, yes, we faced lack of funding then under a Labour government. When I asked him about that lack of funding for safeguarding and for children's social work, he offered me an outstanding solution. He would give me next year's money this year. But when asked how we'd pay the wages of the staff next year, his aide managed to remember they'd got an urgent appointment elsewhere, and we never got the answer. Borrow from the future, don't worry about paying it back. Madam Mayor, Derby Labour Party are imitating their discredited National Party. In opposition, they rubbished the council house and misled voters into thinking they would somehow stop it. Now they think it's marvellous, even though Councillor Banwaite is embarrassed. And yet they're using the very same arguments to justify the refurbishment of Beaufort Street at a cost of £5.7 million. I wonder if he's embarrassed about that. What a U-turn. They misled the public into thinking they would promote sport and health as part of the Olympic legacy, but did another U-turn and tried to decimate cricket ground maintenance. Oh, and then they did a second U-turn by reinstating it. They're playing okey-cokey with this budget. They misled the public into thinking they wouldn't go ahead with the multi-purpose arena, the velodrome it's been called. Another monumental U-turn. They misled the public into thinking that they would get a grip on the council's finances. What a travesty that is. Here we are with crocodile tears everywhere saying, it's too hard, it's not me, Gov, it was all someone else's fault. And last week, at Cabinet meeting, Councillor Russell told us that she was saddened by her budget, yet she changed the council's treasury management strategy to put £1 million into a council mortgage scheme. But then you find it will only benefit 40 residents. She challenged us earlier on saying, couldn't you find something better to do with money? Well, couldn't you find something better to do with £1 million? Explain that to the petitioner over here, the voluntary community, the arts fraternity and our vulnerable service users. She even wrote in her cabinet paper, and I quote, "Such investments are considered slightly higher risk than the council's current investments." She's risking the council taxpayers' money, and she's sad. She also told us that their capital budget...
Thank you, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Ashburner.
The Labour Group has chosen to refuse the government grant, which would have enabled this council to keep the council tax at a consistent level. They do this in a time of global austerity when the citizens of Derby are suffering financially. This handout should have been accepted to freeze the council tax, and the savings resulting from their move to the new council house also used to this end. We are here in the new council house, which improves council services by bringing most of the providers and the customers together in one place, with improved disabled access and energy efficiency. The new council house costs are roughly covered by the financial savings, with better services as a significant bonus. This occurred despite the frequent Labour U-turns. First, Labour supported the rebuilding of the council house, then they opposed it, and now they broadly favour it, except for the more vocally persistent member of the Labour group. It is worth mentioning the contribution of the Labour group has made to the design of the council house. If Labour had not boycotted the design process, it might have cost more and been worth less. Nationally, Labour is supporting capital investments like this council house, but locally they differ whilst speaking in public, apart that is from the Beaufort Centre. Madam Mayor, what do Labour wish to spend all the money that they are collecting on? They propose to spend £2.2 million on buying waste bins to allow their brown bin tax to further add to the financial woes of the Derby citizens, with a detrimental effect on recycling and garden waste. We need to preserve services to the people and jobs for council tax, and to do this partly by saving costs on buildings. We see around us the contribution to maintaining services and reducing building costs that Liberal Democrats and Conservatives have made. For Labour to achieve comparable achievements, they will need to be more consistent. The Labour Party redundancy programme is already affecting the council. We have seen the difficulties that officers have had in persuading the Labour Party to remove the political banner from the council house. It's still there, at least it was an hour ago. We await the effect of further Labour cuts on services with trepidation. There's too much party politics. I'll move away from that. Much has been made of the Fair Deal for Derby campaign. I would like to offer some non-political, practical, technical support. The nominal reason for the campaign was to change government policy by encouraging people to join the petition, including the e-petition. For this, the QR code and the lamppost posters to work, they have to be clearly visible. To the phone being used. So to work, the cable tie that affixes them to the lamppost must not cross the QR code. This was the case on the first generation. I suggest when they're replaced, that's not a party political thing, that's a technical thing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ashburner. Do we have any more speakers before I bring in Councillor Bayliss and then Councillor Russell to sum up? Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did indicate earlier, but you obviously missed me. Right, this is a budget debate, so unlike Councillor Banwaite, I will address the budget. I have to say that although faced with acknowledged difficulties in balancing the budget, Labour seem to have completely missed the point. First, the proposal to tax everybody for removing their compostable waste. This has been badged as a saving. Let me dispel that myth. Charging for the removal of compostable waste will not result in any saving. Many residents have already contacted me to say that they will not pay. What they used to put in the brown bin, they will now put in the landfill bin. This has been alluded to by Councillor Poult as well. This will result in much increased costs. It may be obvious, but clearly not to this administration. So to clarify, as well as the increased gate fees to the site owner, we will face increase in landfill tax charges in the very year that tax charge goes up to £80 a tonne. A double whammy. On top of this, our recycling rates, which although good, could be better, will go down. This will impact on Derby in particular and on Britain generally and attract fines from Europe, which the government will undoubtedly pass on to the local authorities. So now we have a triple whammy. And in fact, if you also face the fact that increased loads will cost more to transport, then this will further increase our disposal costs and impact on our carbon reduction target. All in all, not a very good plan. In fact, a stunningly incompetent one. Then we have the U-turn on the waste disposal plant. In opposition, we saw Labour stridently opposed to this project. Now we see that it is in fact included in the budget. This is something I personally am in favour of, but it does serve to illustrate the incoherent policy making of this administration. The city would have been better served if Labour had concentrated on a sensible way to find savings, rather than wasting money on pointless expenditure on their pet projects, such as needlessly increasing the size of the neighbourhoods team, already mentioned. There are also a number of capital items, such as Alveston District Centre, again as already mentioned, and the Riverside Patch, which, although I am sure are important, could at a time of economic difficulty be delayed. These programmes are directly funded through corporate borrowing, so delaying them could make available up to £250,000 of revenue funding. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. So I'll now bring in, there being no other speakers, I will bring in Councillor Bayliss and then Councillor Russell to sum up. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The budget we have had and are setting today has had some tough choices for Labour members and tough decisions in the face of quite an uncaring government. We've set a 2-year budget, which means there's certainty for organisations that we're dealing with, and we should be proud of that fact as we move forward to the vote. Councillor Hickson, though, seemed to concede defeat with his first words. You can always tell when Councillor Hickson has lost a debate. He plays the man, or in this case the woman, straight away. It's always an indication that he's run out of ideas or he doesn't want to face the truth. The nasty party seemed to be back. In my view as well, if you're old enough, you're good enough. And that's certainly the case with Councillor Russell. Eric Pickles, though, seems to have written a bit of his speech. We're all volunteers. Hi, volunteers. We're all out of touch. Are you? We aren't really. Most of the Labour group have a massive experience of working in the private sector and running complex and large organisations. We've also achieved last year, in terms of our campaign, a clear mandate to rule and lead in this city, and we will. We have the reference to the 50 pickles, the suggestions that are sent by the DCLG. I've got them all here. We've been through every single one, and you were pleased to know not only have we got past the patronising bit, but actually we do all of them, in some shape, manner or form, most of them further than the suggestion we got from the DCLG. All we had so far from the Tories was a bit of their usual, their spite and the bile. It's your government that's doing the cuts. We have to look at that and passport it through. As always, the Tories appear quite cynical. They know the price of everything, but the value of very little. A few weeks ago, we have had Cameron come to the city of Derby, and within a day or so, we have the local Tories ditching the fair deal for Derby. It's either a coincidence or maybe it's magic. We have £62 million worth of cuts to take out of this council's budget, and we've done that with seriousness, with reverence, with thought, we've consulted. I am stood in the assembly rooms with many of my cabinet colleagues and listened to the public of Derby for 2.5 hours. We listened to what they got to say, and quite rightly they gave me a tough time, but that's about being there, being a leader and being able to listen to people, and we responded where we can. We've made amendments, for example, to Wild Derby is one of the examples. We've listened to what people said about a therapeutic unit, and we've made amendments, and we've done it throughout this entire budget process. We've had the old-fashioned one. The financial crisis is the responsibility of the Labour Party. Well, it's not. Because let's put it honest, we weren't empowering Greece, Spain, Germany, France or the USA. That might be an interesting concept for the future. But why are they moving forward? Why is Germany moving forward? Why is the USA moving forward? It's because the public sector is leading. They have a government that's investing in the country to grow jobs. And that's something that this administration will continue to do. What do we have for the Tories? It's the double and maybe even the triple dip recession. And let's put to bed this Southern analysis. It was quite interesting that we said we shouldn't compare ourselves with the people of the South. Well, Mr Cameron brought that one forward, didn't he? He compared us with some place called Witney, it's in Oxfordshire. It was him who compared us with that nice leafy suburb. It's not in any way like the city of Derby. But what do we find? They're actually having their budget increased. And what we're having us, our budget's cut by £40 million. Business rates. Potentially you could think, well, that's an interesting way of gaining income, but there's a couple of stings in this particular tale. Currently the system is that we collect it all as a council and pay it to the government, then they pay it back on a formula base to us in the outlying areas of the Midlands and whatever, because we're up there and we don't understand any of this. But the reality is that most of the business rates have been collected by Westminster City Council. And we're going to get some money back. We're not quite sure whether that means we're going to get more back than we had before or less. But one of the most interesting facts about business rates is this. If you want to maximise your income, what you need to do is get as many supermarkets into your city or your locality as you can. Now, that's fantastic if you're a shopping location. This is a high-tech engineering city, and factories do not deliver a large income in terms of business rates. So there's a contradiction there, but we're certainly, from our point of view, we're making sure, with things like the RGF, that we will be driving jobs in this city, we will be investing jobs in this city, and that's why we have a capital programme that will invest in this city, because bet your bottom dollar the banks aren't going to do it. The only people in this city who are going to do it are us, and we will do that. We will create thousands of jobs in this city. We will campaign on issues like HS2 because we know, from this city's point of view, that's thousands of jobs for us. Now, if the Tories and Liberals don't want to support that, well, that's fine. We'll go out there like we usually do and tell the electorate of Derby they're not interested in jobs. They don't want to support this sort of thing, but we will. Fair deal for Derby. A lot has been said about that, but it's very simple. The stats stand up for themselves. It was done on a non-partisan basis, and the numbers stand up for themselves. But I'll just give you two snippets, because we've talked about it quite a lot today. The first thing is that the cost and cut it to councils is 2.3% for this council and 1.7% for everybody else. How can that possibly be fair? It can't be. Why are we being cut more? And the other thing is, and this actually is irrespective of political colour, that councils here have set, historically, quite low council tax. We are at the bottom of the 43 in the East Midlands. But there's no benefit of that in the funding formula. Now, you thought the Tories, who hate council tax, would actually say, well, actually, we'll credit those authorities that have done a good job and been prudent in the past, but no, not a chance, not a bar of it. Council tax itself, let's be honest, it's not a brilliant tax. In many respects, it's very regressive in terms of the way it works. But it's something that we have to look at, and we have to make sure we maximise the income for this city so we maximise the service delivery we can achieve and maximise the investment in jobs in this city. I just thought it was funny in terms of the Liberal Democrats. I mean, to start with, for the first 2.5 hours I thought, well, why did they bother turning up? I mean, the move next to the door. If you want, we'll move into the public gallery.
That's the plan.
And yes, the drop in numbers is noticeable. But, if you're going to lead people, come and sit down at the front and say what you've got to say. I mean, I might not agree with anything the Tories have said, but at least they've stood up and they articulated the argument and made a good fist of it. You guys just want to run through that door, but we'll help you next year. The Liberal Democrats just ignore the triple whammy, don't they, really? We've got council tax local support scheme coming in affecting people. We've got the bedroom tax and the universal credit. It's more the universal disaster. But we've got to manage that, and we will, and we manage it fairly. And it's quite right today we've stood up and protected our £200,000 hardship fund, which is the right thing to do. Ulverston District Centre. Surprisingly enough, I'm quite happy to deliver that for the people of Ulverston. And let's not forget, it was the Liberal Democrats who took the money out in the first place. They built some sort of paddling pool at Gayton. We deliver on our promises. We've been promising it for years, and we will deliver on it. But let's be honest, campaigning for the back's never going to work. And Councillor Jones, I have to say, I do admire your love fest with Nick Clegg. It's almost as if nobody else will visit him. I mean, the fact is, fine, tell us you've been to see Nick Clegg, but please tell us what you brought back to Derby, other than a bill for the 2 lots of train fare. I just think if you're going to do that, bring back some benefits, because at the moment, all you said, you've seen him twice. Well, fantastic. But so what? Council tax, we did have this argument about, I think you said you'd reduce your council tax. Well, you haven't. When you were in charge of the council, it was 3.3% and 2.5%, and they're the numbers. They speak for themselves. What we've attempted to do here is do the best fit with the least harm to this city. We maintain that our emphasis is about protecting people and making sure people are safe. Farida Sain's made that point time and time again. We've listened to people. This is a budget we have to set, because if we don't, they'll appoint somebody to do it for us. And we're the best people to protect Derby. Labour's the best people to protect Derby. We're the best people to protect them. And we will lead those people, and we will make sure we invest in jobs, we sort out the education mess left to us by the others. And whether the Tories or Liberals supported on this, I don't care. We will lead, we will win on this. I commend this budget reluctantly to the Council, and I'll ask Councillor Russell, I think, to finalise and sum up. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's not much that I want to add to the Leader's contribution, to be honest. I think we've heard a lot of hot air in here tonight in this council chamber, particularly from the Liberal Democrats, who, as always, come with no proper proposals, no proposed amendments, instead just spout a load of hot air.
Sorry. We've got the final speaker speaking, summing up. Nobody has the right to speak now, so be quiet, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'd just like to actually make reference to the personal issues that have been raised about me tonight. I'm not going to go into the detail about Councillor Hickson, although it's quite clear that he doesn't like a challenge, because when he does get challenged, he just gets personal. And Councillor Carr at the back, I'm astonished, frankly, that he felt the need to be able to do that. But I want to point out, actually, to the people in this council chamber here, particularly Ashley at the back there, our young guy on work experience. I apologise. It was Councillor Allen.
It is noted, Councillor Carr, that it was Councillor Allen and not yourself.
Apologies. But what I was going to say is that I would just like to point out that not everybody thinks like Councillor Hickson. Not everybody disregards people who are younger. If you're competent, come to this council chamber, get involved in local politics. I would welcome you with open arms, even if you were a Tory. Now, Madam Mayor, I would like to move to the vote. Thank you.
All those in favour of the substantive motion, please show. All those against?
You can't vote
motion's carried. Thank you very much. Oh no, it's not, is it? I've packed away. Yeah. Item number 9, to consider a report of the Chair of the Personnel Committee, which is Councillor Roberts, I believe. Councillor Roberts.
What can you say after that? Who wants insulting? I think it's insults night, isn't it? Look, item 9 is extremely important because what it seeks to do is to strengthen the appeals committees to ensure that this council delivers on its policy. And I don't want to make a stronger point than that. We have a commitment to the staff of this council, and I, for one, want to ensure that it's delivered. As chair of the Personnel Committee, I was delighted that we did actually get fully cross-party support for the proposals and a recognition by all the members who were there that this is absolutely essential for the well-being of this council. And on the basis of that, I would just like to move formally the recommendations from 2.1 to 2.6 on page 1 of document 9. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Councillor Russell has just seconded it. All those in favour? Sorry, I'm getting carried away. I'm shattered, to be perfectly honest. So I've had a mover, a seconder. Do I have any speakers on the subject? Councillor Hickson.
Well, Madam Mayor, just very quickly, the reason for bringing this recommendation to Council is because Labour have created a monster that they now can't service with members. We're certainly not intending to make any additional nominations. So as far as the recommendation about appointing 4 Conservative members, we're not going to do it. You created all this extra work, you do it.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers? You'll second it. Do I have any more speakers before I bring in the seconder? Okay, Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's not surprising to see that the Conservatives aren't prepared to put anyone forward for this panel. We changed the rules when we took control of this council back in May and said that we would allow members to appeal to employees to appeal to members on the basis of various redundancies or disciplinary procedures. So we're happy to be able to take on that extra burden. We're willing to do it for the employees of this authority and happy to do so.
Right, we will now move to the vote. There being no other speakers. Good. Apologies.
Don't worry. Madam Mayor, can I just express my regret that Councillor Hickson sees fit to denigrate the work of the Personnel Committee and to rubbish it in the way that he has done and suggest for one moment that this council creates monsters, although I have known Philip for a long time, so he might well be right. The issue is fairly simple. Whether he likes it or not, there is a controlling authority in this council who make decisions, and those decisions are incumbent upon every member of this council to comply with. And Councillor Hickson's very fond of saying how well his volunteers work, but they volunteer for £10,000 a year minimum. And I'm suggesting that in half of their work and half of their voluntary work, which is what Mr Pickles said, their great leader, Eric, he said that a councillor's work is 50% voluntary and 50% paid. Now I'm suggesting that Councillor Hickson reconsiders his position and sets up four of his people to do this work, because otherwise, like everything else, he will be letting his members get away with it while the other people do the work. But I will just echo the point that Councillor Russell made, because he's absolutely right. If the Conservatives are taking the view that they don't care about the staff on this council, which is something that we might have thought that would be the way they were, encouraged by the fact that nobody opposed it at the Personnel Committee, I thought perhaps they'd had a change of heart. But they don't care about the staff. And the only way that they can prove that they care about them is to actually become involved in giving the staff on this council the fairest deal that we can give them, and that is to make sure that the members of this council are prepared to listen to them in an appeals process that we are committed to as a council. And Councillor Russell, as I said, is quite right. If you lot won't do your duty that you're paid to do, and I'll remind you, you're paid to do it, so don't let's all sit there sort of rubbing your hands and thinking that you don't have any duties other than just to sit there and complain about the budget. There is work done in this council house. I know Yvonne comes in regularly and does it. Quite a lot of the others don't. And I just want to make sure that you do know that if you don't do it, we will.
Before we move to the vote, do the Liberal Democrats want to put forward any names for this committee? No? Thank you. Right, we will now move to vote. All those in favour? All of those against? Okay, it's carried. Item 10. It's a motion to note the report. Moved.
I move the motion as printed, Madam Mayor.
Seconder. And all those in favour? All those against? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That concludes the meeting. Can I just say a thank you to those people who did make a positive contribution to our budget tonight?